What's up, guys? Welcome to Superwise. I'm John, and welcome to Superwise Live #1, my very first live stream. This is a huge deal, and we're going to talk about a lot of great, interesting movie news topics. And I'm joined by my good friend JG Shaolin Terrific. How you doing, man?
I am doing great, man. You know, if you don't know me, I am one half of the Wild Bunch, JG Shaolin Terrific. I'm gonna use my usual thing I always say is I'm the kicker of asses and the taker of names, and it's gonna be fun. Let's get it.
Yes, let us. And this is my very first live stream, so if I'm a little slow, please be patient. I'm definitely working around this. And let us get started with the first topic, and it has to do with the Batman 2022. This is a movie that I am so hyped for.
Exactly.
Oh man, dude, when I first saw that DC fandom trailer, I literally lost my mind. I just thought it looked so cool.
Yeah. And you know, when they did the whole fandom thing, even though as long as it was, we see, we first hear about Robert Pattinson playing Batman. The whole skepticism about that. And
Right.
I think almost every Batman has had some type of skepticism. We go to Michael Keaton, you go to Val Kilmer, you go to George Clooney, of course, and we see Christian Bale, who had some form of skepticism, like, I don't see him as Bruce Wayne. Can he be Batman? And we've been surprised a lot. And I really think with the casting that this film has, on paper, this could be the best Batman film.
For sure. I definitely agree with you. When I first saw that camera test, I wasn't sure. Well, I didn't watch any of Robert Pattinson's work. We'll tackle the suit in a second, but just the act of Robert Pattinson, when that first screen test came out, I was like, oh, it's the Twilight guy. Okay. Like, I think everyone who isn't familiar with Robert Pattinson's work is like, oh, the sparkly guy from Twilight. And so I said, well, if this guy is going to be Batman and Batman's a moneymaker, so he's probably going to be Batman for a long while, might as well familiarize myself with his work.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched The Lighthouse, I watched Good Time, and wow, the dude is a great actor. He's phenomenal. Wow. If there was anybody you could choose for Bruce Wayne Batman, you got Robert Pattinson. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, you look at Cosmopolis, right? That film he did, where he's literally like a Bruce Wayne without the superhero stuff, kind of character where he can pull off the Bruce Wayne. The Batman was the thing, right? When we see the trailer and he's beating up this guy and he says, "I'm vengeance." It sold me right away. Let's do this film. I don't want to see any more trailers. Show me the film.
Yeah, exactly, dude. You don't know how pissed I was when it got delayed. I was like, oh my God, no,
oh my goodness.
Please don't let it be true. And it ended up being true. Unfortunately, it got delayed. Oh man. Oh, what's going on, Vishal? Thanks for coming. I'm going to be talking about a lot of great topics today. So where was I? Yeah, I remember seeing that Variety article, and I think Nicholas Hoult was one of those front runners. What did you think of that? Do you prefer him over Robert Pattinson, or because before I saw anything of Robert Pattinson, I was like, I want Nicholas Hoult as Batman. Yeah. Then I saw the screen test, I saw the trailer, I was like, nope, I want Robert Pattinson.
Well, if anything, Nicholas Hoult can for sure pull off the Bruce Wayne.
Right.
Like, he looks like a young playboy billionaire son, right? He can fit that role. But then we see the totality of Pattinson's work outside of Twilight and outside of Harry Potter.
Right.
Man, you've got to take him. You've got to do it. Yeah. I mean, Nicholas Hoult, what films has he been in besides? Wasn't he in X-Men? Was he Beast?
He was Beast.
Okay, and he was in Warm Bodies. He hasn't been in anything to where I look at like, yeah, he should be my first choice as an actor. Right.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
And I'm still, because like with Robert Pattinson, I definitely see him as Bruce Wayne Batman because of that trailer. But always in the back of my mind, I was like, this guy could play a great Terry McGinnis. What do you think about that? Like, just looking good time, the black hair. Like, always, I thought to myself, if anybody was going to play Terry McGinnis, him. But now he's Bruce Wayne Batman. Now I have no idea who they're going to cast for Terry McGinnis.
You know who I would have probably picked for Terry McGinnis if he was young enough?
Who?
Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Ooh.
If he was young enough.
Yeah, I want I love Batman Beyond. So anything that is done wrong, I will vocally rant and just lose my mind over. I want it to be perfect.
Yeah.
So hopefully they make that Batman Beyond live action movie. I definitely want to see that with Michael Keaton. Bruh, sign me up. Sign me up.
Now, do you think, because you are a huge fan of Terry McGinnis, right?
Yeah.
Do you think it might be better for it to be on HBO Max?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And
yeah,
like series. Do you mean like a show?
Yeah, like a show or something like that.
I would
lead
honestly,
into a film, maybe.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm kind of 50-50 on that, because with the series, you get more character development, more episodes, more screen time. Like, that's awesome. But then Batman Beyond, that's like spectacle, and that'd be great to see in a movie theater, you know? So it's like a 50-50 for me. Okay. I just want to see Batman Beyond something soon. I love Batman Beyond. Vishal says Batman Beyond is okay. I prefer the animated series. Yeah, that's you know, a lot of people have that opinion. I actually prefer Beyond over the animated series. I just thought Beyond was just something so fresh and new. I thought when I heard that Terry McGinnis was a thing, like it wasn't Bruce Wayne, I was like, oh great, I'm gonna hate this guy.
Oh yeah.
And then I saw the show and I was like, wow, Terry McGinnis is actually quite likable. I want to see him be portrayed in live action.
Even a suit, man, is cool.
Oh man, and how would that even work? Because you have like the moving mouth or whatever. Like, how would that suit even look? Like the Arkham Knight version of that suit. I wonder how they're gonna do that if a live action movie happens. Will they make it like all CGI or something like that?
That's it. Or they might do what they did with Spider-Man.
Yeah,
kind of CGI his eyes, make him move around and stuff like that. But if we haven't gotten the white eyes for the Bruce Wayne Batman, I highly doubt we'll do that for a Terry McGinnis, even though it'll be cool. Now, I've always been a proponent of Batman should have a full face mask, right? Not show his mouth and his eyes. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
And I also like the fact that Robert Pattinson's a little leaner.
Yeah, I could meet you up on that.
That.
Who's your favorite Batman? Let me ask you that.
As far as movies?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Ooh. You know what? I'm going to say something that may trigger people. I'm going to go with Val Kilmer.
What? Wow.
I'm going to go with Val Kilmer. He wasn't in the best movie, but
I'm just going to say right now, he's not my favorite, but he is really underrated, really good.
Yeah.
He didn't get a fair shot. I think he was just in one thing. I would have loved to see more of his Batman. That would have been awesome. Ben Affleck is my personal favorite. That's definitely a hot take.
Wow. And I don't hate you for it but the thing is with Ben Affleck, for me, when you hear about he's the best Batman, is usually not from you, but usually the warehouse scene.
Oh man,
right?
I do love that.
It takes me back to Arkham games, right? And it's like I want to see Batman do Batman fighting stuff like that. Not the whole close up where you see a fist and stuff. People going, no. I want to see him actually put in that work.
Yeah, and with that, that's why I lost it with the Robert Pattinson trailer when he was beating down that guy.
Yes,
I lost it. I was like, "That's Batman. That's Batman." Just pounding a dude. That was incredible. I'll never forget. Had the honor of being one of the hundreds of thousands of people at that DC fandom event, seeing that Batman trailer for the first time. That was crazy.
Oh, yeah. Then the voice. I'm vengeance.
I'm vengeance.
It got me. It got me like, yes. Okay, we see the suit. Hey, people can say what they want. I like the suit in its entirety. Here's Bruce Wayne. We see his acting outside of the Twilight and Harry Potter. He can do the Bruce Wayne. Now let's hear the Bat voice. And when he does, I'm vengeance.
I'm vengeance.
No one can tell me that bad.
Yeah, I like how it's not like Christian Bale, like, where's the trigger? You know, I hate that voice. And Batman Begins, it was good, but The Dark Knight and Rises, it's very comical and very silly. Why did you say that?
Like, oh, we're hockey patch. And my thing about that is, he's under all this stress, all this duress and all this stuff. How does he know to keep doing that? Like, how does he know to keep doing
Yeah,
that?
exactly. And when he's alone, like in Rises, I always look at that scene where he like drops off Catwoman or whatever, and then she disappears and he says, oh, so that's what it feels like or something like that. Like, why are you talking about, or why are you doing that voice like when you're alone?
Exactly. Like, she knows who you are.
Yeah.
You know that she knows who you are. Why are you still doing that? That's what I love about Ben Affleck, what Snyder did with the whole voice thing he did.
The modulator, that works.
Modulator, that works. And
that's smart.
Keep that up.
And what I like about Robert Pattinson is there's no modulator. It's his voice. It's just a very gravelly voice. It's not over the top. It's just this vengeance, like this very gruff sort of thing. I love it. It's great.
Yeah. And again, this is a young Batman, right? Maybe 2 years in, maybe. So you can do it to where, you know, someone like the Riddler, if they do it so they kind of found out who he was. Okay, I need to come up with some tech that can change my voice or alter my voice, and no one can find out who I am.
Right. Let's see what Vishal says. Vishal says all live action versions of Batman have been okay in my opinion. Ben Affleck is my favorite, but Christian Bale is a better Bruce Wayne. I personally, I love everything about Ben Affleck's Batman. I love the physique. I mean, dude, that guy is just built, man. That's Batman right there. That is insane. And Ben Affleck is actually one of my favorite actors. He's also a fantastic director. I mean, Argo, The Town. The dude is very talented. And I mean, he's coming back in The Flash. That's awesome. I really do love his Batman. But yeah, Christian Bale is good as Bruce Wayne Batman. He's not my favorite. I think sometimes people like, I don't know. I feel like he could be very overrated. Like people defend everything about his Batman. Like, seriously, the voice, you're going to defend that?
Yeah.
Like, come on. It's not, his Batman is not perfect, but I really do like Christian Bale's Batman. I really like Val Kilmer's Batman. Michael Keaton. I mean, come on. I'm Batman.
He was the status quo of who Batman should be, right? And every Batman after that was compared to Michael Keaton.
Exactly. And then, you have Adam West, which, I mean, I just love Adam West Batman.
Hey, it was the 60s, right? I mean, and he was better than, if you see those old Batman movies with the whole pointy ears and one's flopping to one side and one's sticking straight up. Oh my God. And he's like in a desert somewhere fighting. Like, what? Like, dude, it's
those old movies were
Adam West gets a bad rap, but compared to what preceded him, he's great.
Yeah, and Matt Reeves, we're going to talk about the Batsuit. Matt Reeves, he clearly was inspired by Adam West Batman. We'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, the Batman 2022, could not be more excited for it. And I literally cannot wait. I want to see it.
Yes.
Yes. All right. So with all that out of the way, Shazam. Black Adam, Shazam. Yes, dude. So with all that out of the way, we're going to talk about the Batsuit and Riddler designs. We'll get to Riddler in a second, because Riddler, there's a controversy that sort of it baffles me. I understand why there's controversy, but people are now freaking out like, whoa, that's the Riddler? What? I never signed up for this. And I'm like, you guys do know that you saw him in DC fandom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, people are now telling themselves like, oh, this is the Riddler. Like, you guys should have had that realization at DC fandom. But I understand the controversy. We'll tackle that design first. Let's talk about that Batsuit. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Let's see. Which one is it? All right, let me share my screen. Let's see. Is it this one? It is this one. Great. All right. So this is Robert Pattinson's Batsuit. Now, when I first saw that camera test and when I saw the set photos, I wasn't over the moon about it. I actually was like, huh, interesting. I wasn't freaking out because Ben Affleck's Batsuit, I think, is the best Batsuit that we've ever gotten. It is just like perfection, pretty much. And when I saw this Batsuit and the set photos and the camera test, what threw me off was the head, the headpiece.
Yeah.
The cowl. It threw me off because it just looks big. It looks, bulbous. It looks weird. But then I saw it in the DC fandom trailer, and when I saw the DC fandom trailer, I was sold on the suit. I needed to see actual footage, the right lighting, everything. I needed to see it, what it was actually going to look like in the movie. And I really like this Batsuit. Ben Affleck, and I still have to obviously see this Batsuit in the actual movie. But Ben Affleck's Batsuit is still my favorite, but I like this suit a lot because first I'm sold on the headpiece. It could be jarring, but what I like about it is because Matt Reeves clearly was inspired by Adam West's cowl, because you can see the arched eyebrows, you can see sort of the big head, and I like how this suit is kind of like a modern adaptation of the Adam West Batsuit. And you also have a mix in there with the Arkham Knight, Arkham Origins sort of bodysuit. I like how we're getting the armor, because realistically, if you're going to fight crime, are you going to wear like a cloth suit? Or are you going to wear protection, like actual metal? Yeah. That's what I like. And then there's that theory where the Batsuit logo is like the made from the gun who killed his parents, which I'm like, damn, that's hardcore. That's amazing.
I think in one of the comics is like that, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the Kevin Smith one. Yeah. Braden Care says looks dope. It does.
Yeah, I like it, dude. I don't know what everybody's like upset about. It's tactical. It looks like something that, if I was to put some suit together, to protect me from bullets or arrows or whatever anything throws at me, it looks like that's what I would make. Right. Now my only gripe is the cowl. That's the only thing that's kind of
you don't like how it's disconnected.
No, I like how this just the forehead part. It's just
I get you.
But like somebody he took a soccer ball or something and just tried to. I don't know. It irks me in a way, but the suit in its totality, I love it. It reminds me of, like I said, the Arkham Batman and the Batman Ninja suit in the animated movie.
Oh, yes.
I don't know if I can share my screen. Let me try it because I had it pulled up.
Yeah, see if you can share your screen, because I am new to this. I am trying to figure out how to do this.
Me too. Let's see.
Tell me when you attempt to share your screen.
I am attempting to share my screen now.
Did you click share screen?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see. Let's see if it loads.
Oh, wow.
Wow, inception of the live stream.
Yeah, I know, right? Let's get away from that. Let's not do that. But anyway, it reminds me of the Batman Ninja costume in a way, with the pants and everything, because they're like kind of tactical pants that he's wearing and tactical boots.
Yeah, it looks, I don't know, I just like how it doesn't, it just looks sort of homemade. That's what I like about it.
Yeah.
And also, talking about Adam West, the Batmobile, Robert Pattinson's Batmobile is black and red, just like the Adam West Batmobile. I just love how Matt Reeves is taking from the history and, inputting it into this movie. Got a lot of respect for Matt Reeves.
And like I said, people who don't like it, also keep in mind, he's only been Batman for a couple years, right? So eventually, 2 years. So eventually we may get to the Batmobile that people love so much.
Yeah.
But right now he's young, starting out. It's with the 90s, I think. It makes sense.
It does. It does. And also the cape. I like how it's weird with Christian Bale. I don't like Christian Bale's Dark Knight suit.
Yeah.
It just doesn't look like Batman to me. the Batman Begins suit, I think, is pretty damn good. I like that.
Yeah.
Suit.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, with the headpiece and the neck like connected, he looks bigger. Christian Bale looks bigger.
Mm-hmm.
But when it's disconnected, when the cape and the head are disconnected in the Dark Knight suit, he just looks really skinny. And it just doesn't work right. And then that scene in the Dark Knight where he has like those you know, they attempt to do the white eye thing in the Dark Knight, and it just didn't mesh well with the headpiece. It just looked weird. Somehow it works with Robert Pattinson. He doesn't look skinny. Maybe it's the armor, but I also like how the cape, you know, if you look at the look around the neck piece area, it's disconnected. It sort of looks like you know, a classic detective trench coat.
I didn't think about that. That's a good one.
Yeah, it seems like a trench coat, because this movie is apparently going to give us like a true sort of you know, world's greatest detective, which we haven't really gotten in any of the Batman movies. So I'm excited for that. I just like the cape, how the neck piece, they're separate, and it sort of looks like a trench coat. I buy it. I really like the look.
Yeah.
Huffy Meep, awesome guy, great supporter of the channel. Do y'all think he will be getting a second suit in the movie?
I don't know about. Well, the only way I can see him get another suit if something happens to the one he's wearing, kind of like what we saw in what's it, The Dark Knight Rises? What was that one where? Or was it? I can't remember which one it was.
The Dark Knight, he gets a new suit.
Yeah, he gets, because he has his one suit and he said, "I don't wear hockey pants," right?
I don't wear hockey pants.
And he talks to Fox and he's like, "I need to do some adjustments to it." And he gets a different, well, not so much suit, but different alterations to his suit. That we might get that.
Yeah,
I can see. And you see the neck. For me, I'm thinking, and I love the trench coat analogy. That's perfect. I love that. I'm also thinking the back looks like a neck brace almost. Maybe something happened in his first year being Batman where it made it hurt his neck, and that kind of, because you see the other suits, right? It's like, okay, he's taking all these falls. Realistically, if I fall back a certain way, my head's gonna, like, I could hurt my neck really bad, right?
Right.
I can see that like being some type of brace to kind of keep his neck from jarring or something like that.
I like that theory. Do I think he'll be getting a second suit in this first movie? I would. Well, there's that theory in the trailer when you see the explosion and Batman sort of like taken back by it. There's a theory that will destroy the suit and he'll have to get a new one. I don't think he's going to be getting a second suit in the movie.
Yeah.
Because we're talking about Riddler here. I don't know if it was someone like Bane or someone who's like physically, can physically take on Batman, and he needs better armor, better gear. I could see that, him getting a second suit. I don't know if he's going to get a second suit here in the sequel. Since this is a year 2 Batman, I could easily see Robert Pattinson getting a new bat suit. Maybe with the white eyes. There's been rumor that we might see the white eyes because there was like a Prime 1 studio statue that came out and had the white eyes. Keep in mind, it was based off of the concept art by Jim Lee, which had white eyes. We'll see. What do you think about Robert Pattinson getting white eyes? Because, I mean, I would not be opposed to it. I think the bat suit here looks fine. Maybe if they explain it, like why he needs the white eyes, like it's night vision or something like that. Like I could buy that, and if in that statue, that Prime 1 statue, it looks believable. Like I could see the white eyes on this bat suit. What do you think about the white eyes possibly?
I mean, people have been clamoring for the white eyes for almost a decade. Almost like we would love to see a live action Batman with the white eyes. We got a glimpse of it in The Dark Knight when he's fighting this little, when he has the white eyes too.
Yeah, I didn't buy that.
Yeah, I didn't buy it. It wasn't it. It's cool for for the fans, but when you look at this realistic take on him, it's too cheesy. It's too much. I like how it looks right there. I sent you a link in private chat for the Batman Ninja suit.
What happened to the screen? What did happen to the screen? Someone asked what happened to the screen. I think the screen looks fine. Yeah, it looks fine. Anyway, Orion 1130 says, I don't think he's getting a second suit until the second or third movie. Yeah, I agree. Let's see. Braden, honestly, Christian Bale's Batman is pretty much the core ideas of the Batman character and put a realistic take on him. Yeah, I like Christian Bale's Batman. Ben Affleck's my personal favorite, but yeah, Christian Bale is a pretty damn good Batman.
Yeah.
I wonder how Matt Reeves is sort of gonna make this take different, because naturally there's going to be comparisons to Nolan.
Well, I'm
because what Nolan did.
That.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm assuming since this is Batman in his second year, he's probably still trying to acclimate himself into society as Bruce Wayne and Batman at the same time. So I don't know if we're going to get the Bruce Wayne we saw from Christian Bale in that Batman trilogy.
Yeah.
We may still see that kind of brooding Bruce Wayne. He's still trying to adjust. Because we also have to remember he had been away for so long, getting trained and all that stuff. And then he's coming back. Now he's Batman. That's year one. Now he's in year two.
Right.
How quickly is he put himself back into society, being that, that playboy, that billionaire playboy, right?
Yeah. Let me ask you something. What do you think about the Batman possibly being rated R? Because I think if you want to make yourself different from Nolan, that's how you do it. And when you see like the set photos and they have a bunch of F-bombs on them, they have the vulgarity. Like, I think there's a damn good chance that this movie could be rated R. And hell yeah, I would love to see a rated R Batman movie go over the line, truly go into the sick, demented psychology of villains. Show the blood, show the gore. I'm down for that. What do you think about possibly rated R?
Heck yeah. I mean, look, it worked for Joker. So why now for this Pattinson's Batman? It's like, look, this is a realistic take on someone who's the Riddler, right? Who just toys with your mind, right? You have it needs to be rated R, right? I don't want a cheesy PG-13. We're going to kind of touch the border, but not actually really go over it or be on it. We're just going to be just behind it. No, go all out, do what you got to do. Because we're adults, right? If kids want to watch it, tell them go watch the animated series. Even that had dark elements too.
Yeah, and I think that I don't know where I heard it, but someone said that this movie can't be rated R because the toys won't sell or something like that. I'm like, it's Batman.
Yeah, Batman's going to sell regardless.
If you sell a toy of the Batsuit, that's not going to show in our rating. It's just going to be the suit, the Batman. That will sell because it's Batman. So I think there's a good chance of it being rated R. Hopefully it is. I think that'd be pretty great. Orion says, I think rated R would be perfect for Batman, especially since Riddler will be a serial killer.
Yes.
Yeah, I would love to see, go over the edge, truly dive into the psychology of the villains. I think that would be really cool. Braden says, sounds like a pretty superficial way to be different from Nolan. Gonna need a bit more than an R rating. Yeah, I'm just saying an R rating would be like a proponent to it being different, going that extra mile. Huffy Meep says, people thought the Keaton Batman was too dark anyways. Give us the R rating.
Yeah.
Batman Returns is my personal favorite Batman movie. That's definitely a hot take. That's a hot take. I loved how dark that movie was. I really did. It was creepy. It was eerie. I loved it. And if we can get another dark Batman movie being rated R, sign me up. I'm there. I'm gonna be here day one anyway. The trailer just sold me. The minute the trailer ended, I was like, yep, March, I'm gonna be there.
And people also got to remember the origins of Batman in the comics was very, very dark. Like, it didn't get light until Robin came on board. That's when they kind of went to cheesy cartoony route. But before then, I think, if I'm not mistaken, he literally killed someone in the first comic. Or he doesn't kill him, but it's in a situation where the guy dies and he's hanging from his neck, right? Like, please go there, Reeves. Go there. Go dark. Go R-rated. I need it.
Yeah. I don't mind that Batman kills in BVS. That's definitely a controversial topic. I love Ben Affleck's Batman. What I think would be interesting here is that you show that struggle with Robert Pattinson's Batman. Mm-hmm. He's almost gonna kill a guy, but he realizes that he can't because it's gonna break his moral code. That sort of psychology, that inner conflict, I think would be super fascinating. I would love to see that because all of the Batmans have killed on screen, live action. I don't mind it, but seeing Robert Pattinson not kill or go out of his way to say, no, I have a moral code, that, hey, I'm down for that. I like that, that sort of inner conflict. Black Adam says, the only change I would make to Robert's suit would just add ears on the symbol. Yeah, I understand you. I remember when I first saw the suit in that camera test, I was like, yo, no ears. But I think the easiest way to sort of, be cool with it is like, this is his first suit. So eventually I'm sure he's going to get a more comic booky symbol, a better cowl. Like, this is year 2 Batman. It's an evolution. And, I love how we're getting a younger Batman, how, he will evolve over a trilogy, hopefully. I'd love to see this be a trilogy. And yeah, I think the suit's pretty cool. Huffy Meep says BVS mech suit had the best wide eyes. Ooh, that's a good point.
Yes.
That I somehow, that didn't even occur to me. Yes, BVS had the white eyes, and it worked. It worked. It just fit with the Dark Knight suit. It didn't fit. It just didn't work. It was just the way the cowl looked. It just didn't work. Orion 1130 says, I hope they do something with what happened in the Batman Ego comic. Great comic. Ego is one of the main inspirations for this movie, where Batman can't save a criminal from killing himself, and it just messes with Bruce and battles with his morals. Yeah, I think doing something, just an inner conflict about, should I kill? What happens if someone dies? Like, the toll that will take on him. That's fascinating stuff. I'm down for that. I am ready for that.
Yeah. And then, you have Batman or Bruce Wayne, who's already still having PTSD from what happened to his parents, right? And his whole thing is, I need to save people like me from scum of Gotham City. But every time he tries to save someone, he might fail at times. That creates more of this mental conflict within himself, right? And that makes for a rated R movie. Please bring it.
please, Warner Brothers.
Please bring it, please.
Please. What do you think? I'm curious about this. How do you think they're going to handle the murder of Thomas and Martha Wayne? Because how I'd like to see it, because not every movie has to start off with them getting killed. I think you can do a pretty fascinating thing where you have just right out of the gate, when the movie starts, there's a criminal doing something bad. Batman's in the shadows, ready to pounce on that dude. And then as we progress in the film, we learn a little more about the murder of his parents. We learn about what effect that has on him. Something similar to what Batman 1989 did. I think that was a very clever way of handling it, just not showing it right away. It was a fascinating, a lot of people didn't know Bruce Wayne Batman in the 80s. This was their first introduction to the character, and the fact that, imagine being a person sitting in that theater being like, ooh, who is this Bruce Wayne guy? Why is he so reserved? Why is he so mysterious? I think the way that movie set up the origin is pretty clever. Let's see.
I think BVS probably did it the best because, it's just, you see Batman, right? Then it's just a little montage of what happened, and it's right back to Batman again, right? And like the Amazing Spider-Man, how they kind of did, to where you have this beginning of when his parents, spoiler alert if you haven't seen it.
For a movie that came out in 2012.
Yeah, exactly. So you see him being kind of delivered to his aunt and uncle, and his parents leave. And then you look up, he's a teenager in high school again. So it just we've seen it for the most part, right? So let's just, if you're gonna go through it, do it, but just breeze through it. Let's get to the good stuff.
Right. Yeah, I want to get to that good stuff. I'm so excited for this movie. I can't stop thinking about it, JG. I'm just, to be honest, out of both Marvel and DC, this is the movie that I'm like most excited for.
Yes.
But No Way Home is in my second place because, of course, the best Spider-Man to date, Tobey Maguire, not
Andrew
Tom
Garfield.
Holland, not Iron Spider Boy Jr. I'm going
Andrew Garfield.
And I like Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man too. That first Amazing Spider-Man movie is so great, dude.
Yeah.
I love it
like
so
for
much.
me, Amazing Spider-Man 1 to me was better than Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man 1. But Spider-Man 2 was better than Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, I prefer the Tobey movies, but I love Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man. No Way Home is in my second place because I mean, how cool is that gonna be, dude? Seeing them come back, I mean, that's gonna be like my childhood flashing before my eyes. Like, wow.
But I tell you what, if it's very brief, I think you're gonna see a trickle down of the profit. I think it's gonna really trickle down.
Yeah,
not trickle down, but kind of just.
Yeah, there have been. No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think it's gonna have a huge opening weekend. But if we don't get Tobey or Andrew, because those are the fan favorites for the most part, and they're not done justice, or we don't have enough screen time with them, you're gonna see an effect.
Bro, if the MCU messes up Tobey, I'm going to riot. I'm going to rampage. I'm going to lose it. Yeah, they better not mess up Tobey because there's that. Oh boy, because Spider-Man 2 ended with that sacrifice of Doc Ock.
Mm-hmm.
Now we have Doc Ock returning as that same version in No Way Home. So I don't want this movie to ruin Spider-Man 2. Man, it could go either really great or really bad. The fandom is gonna either praise it or lose it. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens with that. There have been rumors that Tobey Maguire will actually be in the Multiverse of Madness, which I think makes sense because you have Sam Raimi directing it. In No Way Home, I hope it's not a cameo because us fans have been waiting for Tobey and Andrew to come back for I don't know how long. I like the theory of the plot that somehow Spider-Man gets lost in the multiverse and he travels to Tobey's universe for a good portion of the movie. Then he travels to Andrew's universe for a good portion of the movie. And then the third act, you have all three of them teaming up against the villains. I love that. Give that to me now, Sony Marvel.
I hope so. Kind of like what they did with what was the Miles Morales Spider-Man that Sony did?
Into the Spider-Verse. Great.
Into the Spider-Verse.
Great freaking film.
And give everybody their screen time. Everybody gets to shine. That's what they need to do.
Yeah, I hope it's not a cameo. I really don't. But I tell you right now, no one's seeing that movie for Tom Holland. Like
that's true.
Someone asked me, "Who's Tom Holland?" I'm like, "Tom who? Who's Tom?" I'm there for Tobey. I'm here. I'm there for Jamie Foxx. I'm there for Alfred Molina. I'm there for everyone but Tom Holland. I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyway, just wanted to get that out of the way because Tom Holland Spider-Man sucks. It has nothing to do with the performance. It has to do with the bad writing. I don't even want to go down that route. We'll definitely have to do another live stream just trashing on Tom Holland, praising Tobey and Andrew. We just got to do that. Let's see. Brayden Care says, if they screw up Tobey, I'm going to huff, I'm going to puff, and I'm going to start a hashtag. You and me both, brother. You and me both. Huffy Meep says, by this point, everyone knows how the Waynes died. I hope they only hint at their death through audio. Bruce still hearing their screams is all I need. Yo. You need to start contacting Matt Reeves. I need you on this project. Just hearing them scream, bro, go to Warner Brothers now. Make it happen. I like that idea. I do. Huffy Meep. Nah, Tom sucks. I'm an Andrew stan.
Yes, Huffy. Yes.
Tobey's my favorite, but I love Andrew.
I was going to say Tom sucks, but
Tom's the weakest
I'm thinking Toby. Oh my God, what am I thinking about?
Tom's definitely the weakest out of all of them.
Yes.
But yeah. So great little Spider-Man discussion there. We definitely gotta go deeper into that. So any final thoughts on this Batsuit? I love it. That's all
I love it. Like from head to toe, I love it. Now, if I were to make changes, it would be to the bulb thing at the top of his head. But like I said, when we see it in action, we'll really know. Because even when we saw the trailer, I didn't even think about it.
Yeah, it just worked for me. In the set photos, it looked freaking weird. I was like, but then when I saw it in its natural movie lighting and just how the scene was shot, I was like, oh, okay. Kind of looks pretty good. So yeah, that's what I have to say about that. Now let us talk about
the Gip himself.
A little guy named Riddler.
And I'm going to share this picture. Oh, well, not on screen. I'm just going to copy the link.
You want to share it now?
I'm going to copy the link and put it in the private chat.
Okay.
For some reason, I don't know why.
You want me to show the picture?
Once you show the Riddler picture, then I'll show you what I compared it to.
All right. All right. Well, I guess first let's start off. What do you think about the casting of Paul Dano as Riddler?
Paul Dano is a Riddler.
You said
That's all I got to say. He is a Riddler. if anybody has seen his films, the man, I mean, he doesn't have a lot, but when you see him, he steals the scene. There Will Be Blood was the first movie I saw him in, and he stole the scene.
Stole the show, man.
He stole the show. And against Daniel Day-Lewis, that's not something easy to do.
Yeah.
And what was another one he did?
Did you see Love and Mercy, the story about Brian Wilson?
I have not seen that.
Oh, bro, I cannot recommend it enough. It's Paul Dano and John Cusack, both playing young and old Brian Wilson. Man, what a film. Great film.
Wow.
And Paul Dano, wow, that's one of his best performances. That's the first thing I saw him in. Then I saw There Will Be Blood. But yeah, Paul Dano, I love the casting as the Riddler. Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey is a national treasure. I love Jim Carrey. He's one of my favorite comedians. His Riddler was, very comic booky, very silly. I like this dark, more realistic take on the Riddler. And I guess let's start with what do you think about this look? And I will reiterate for the people who are coming in or now watching, there's been like this backlash now. Like if you saw that DC fandom trailer and you were like, whoa, that's Riddler? I don't like that look. I understand you. It's definitely controversial.
Yes.
But there are now people on Twitter, and I don't have Twitter because I just can't handle the stupidity on there. I could just freely browse without signing up. That's what I like to do. There are people on Twitter who are like, wait a second, that's Riddler? Even though I saw him in the DC fandom trailer and know what he looked like, that's Riddler? I'm going to lose it. I'm going to freak. I'm like, what? You saw him in the DC fandom trailer. What are you freaking out about now? For the people who always didn't like the look, I totally understand you. It's definitely different. But yeah, Black Adam says, I need Jim Carrey back low. With the multiverse friend, anything is possible.
Yes.
So let's start off what I think about the look.
Every time I see it, I just laugh. I'm sorry. It's weird.
I'm just gonna say it. I really like it. I really like this look. It is not your traditional Riddler. It is not. But when I saw it, the obvious comparison was Zodiac Killer. The whole Riddler character is based off of Fincher films like Seven and Zodiac. That's what I love about it. I love how this is a different take. I love how it's just a different look. It is fascinating to me. It is something, in the comic book world we haven't really seen. It's just intriguing. It's just intriguing to me. And keep in mind, this is year two Batman, but this is Riddler first coming into himself. So I'm sure by the end of the film, he'll realize, like, I don't have to hide behind a mask. I'm just going to wear a hat and a coat and call myself Riddler, like get a more traditional Riddler. I like how this is the origin. This is how he starts off. I just like everything about this design. I don't have any problems with it. I know it's controversial. What is your take, JG? What do you think of this look?
The GIMP suit. It's one of those suits. It's like, it is so weird. It is so ugly, yet I can't turn away. I can't look away from it. It is so intriguing. And of course, I need to see it in action, but I have to agree. I like it.
I like it.
It's weird. It's a weird like. It's like one of those sadistics. Like, it's just weird, but I can't look away from it.
Yeah. If someone said, John, come up with a new Riddler design, I would have never thought of this. I would have never. I would have thought of something like the Arkham games, who pull they pull off the look pretty well. But I love it. I don't like it. I love the look. It is just fascinating to me. It really is.
And we see a lot of adaptations of the suit. Like you said, the Arkham suit and all that stuff is usually the same. It keeps the same tone in a sense. The green matched with the purple and stuff like that. Now, I don't know if the mask is purple or not. I can't tell. It might be kind of brownish or maybe a dark plum purple or something. But
yeah.
You know, we've been clamoring for years about we need something different from Batman, and we're getting it.
Yeah.
So let's let the man use his artistic, interpretation.
Yeah.
Let's see it on film. It's vision, right? Go ahead and click that link in the private chat. It should be the second one. It says Nostalgia Central.
All right, here we go.
That's what this is.
Ladies and gentlemen, your new Riddler.
Bam. There we go. It's right there. For those who see people under the stairs, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh man, imagine if this was our first look at Riddler. Imagine if this was the official look. Oh boy. Anyway,
and we have to dive into the psychosis of who the Riddler was, right? Or is, right? He's a psychopath. He's narcissistic. He likes to prove that he's smarter than anybody, right? And he sees Batman as, well, he's kind of my equal because he is the greatest detective. So let me one up him at every chance I get. Yeah. But we never see Riddler be a murderer or a killer. Right. So this is interesting. It kind of reminds me of Saw, the Saw movies where I'm not going to kill you, but I'm going to put you in a situation where if you don't save yourself and solve these riddles, you will die.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
yeah, that's what I like about it. I just like how if you want a world's greatest detective, if you really want to show Batman being a detective, Riddler is where it's at. This was genius. Matt Reeves. What do you think about Matt Reeves just directing in general?
I like Matt Reeves. I mean, you look at what he did with Planet of the Apes.
Yes.
Right.
War for the Planet of the Apes.
Great War for Planet of the Apes. Right. And it's great. And it's different from the
it's a psychological thriller. That's what I like about it.
Exactly. And if you want, like you say, you want to prove that Batman is the greatest detective, you need villains in there that's going to mess with his mind.
Hell yeah.
To prove that he's the greatest detective. And who better else to do it but the Riddler?
Right. Exactly, dude. And also, if you don't like the look, I totally get you. I can't argue with you. It's all subjective. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. But there are some people, again, on Twitter who are saying, oh, this is a new Riddler look. Oh, no one asked for this. We want the classic Riddler look. No one wants a new interpretation, a new vision. And to those people, I say, look at this, because this is very important. Let's go back to history. Frank Gorshin, I believe his name is, the Riddler. The Riddler in 1966 Adam West Batman series. He wore when it first started out, he wore the jumpsuit with the mask. Frank Gorshin was the one who put his own artistic spin. He was like, you know what? Let's give Riddler a new look. This is what he came up with. And this is the definitive look, guys. This is, the Arkham games, the comics. This one man inspired a definitive Riddler with a new look. that is, and you could do that with Matt Reeves' Batman. I think you just got to give it a chance. If it doesn't work for you, it doesn't work for you. But if it does, just be open to it is what I'm saying. Let's watch the film. Let's see what it's like. But yeah, a change could change for the better. And like this Riddler look, I mean, this is like the Riddler look. And exactly. I could see Paul Dano doing a variation of this suit in the sequel, because as we know, Matt Reeves was heavily inspired by the Adam West Batman series. I could see Paul Dano wearing this.
Yeah, and I forgot what I was going to say. I was going to say about that picture, like I always swore up and down that Ed Harris was a love child of him. If that guy, they look almost identical. But I mean, and who's to say that we won't get a different Riddler suit by the end of the film, right? I mean, look at the Batman Begins with Scarecrow. Right. I mean, did anybody complain about that? He just had a little mask on, put some stuff on you, just you know what I mean? Like, no one complained about that. So why are you complaining about this? Like, is there anything about the film or the trailer that you've seen so far that warrants so much hate for it? Right. No. So let's just see the movie, see it play out, and if it doesn't work for the film, I'm sure they will make changes to it, like they do in every film.
Right. Exactly. And going back to Matt Reeves, I mean, this film was originally a Batfleck prequel. Like, can you just imagine Robert Pattinson playing a young Ben Affleck? That would have been trippy, man.
Yeah.
That's just, the DCEU, Warner Brothers, is just a mess. I'm not going to rant about that.
Yeah.
Man.
That's why I think this thing with Discovery might be a good thing.
Yes, exactly. And, we will tackle Batgirl. But this Batman movie could be like the Iron Man of this new cinematic universe. We know Superman and Wonder Woman exist in this universe based off of the set photos. Batgirl might exist in the Robert Pattinson movies. We will talk about that soon. But yeah, I think that this could start a new cinematic universe, and it could be something special. This could be like DC. Stop trying to copy Marvel. Just stop it. It's not. Geez, I just. Oh man, Warner Brothers.
Yeah, because I mean, you got a character like Batman who can sell himself. Right. I can't think of any Batman film that wasn't profitable to a certain extent, right? Superman can sell himself. Wonder Woman, as we've seen, can sell herself if you do it right.
Right. And yeah, I like Matt Reeves as director. He does those psychological themes like in War, which I really like. And he's a good director. Cloverfield, Dawn, War for the Planet of the Apes. I think I like how, it would have definitely been interesting if this was a Ben Affleck prequel set in the 1990s. But I like how it's its own thing. It's in the modern day. Robert Pattinson is his own Batman. We can see him evolve and, maybe even become the definitive Batman, because Robert Pattinson is such a phenomenal actor, where I would not be surprised if I walked out of that theater going, he's not only my favorite Batman, but he is the definitive best Batman. I would not be surprised.
Exactly. And like you said, we see films like War for the Planet of the Apes, right? Dawn, Planet Cloverfield, Let Me In was a very psychological kind of film, right? Where see how a young kid, if he keeps getting messed with, and like how psychologically that can mess with him, right? 10 Cloverfield Lane, see the psychology of the characters in that film, right? I can't think of anybody, maybe a couple of directors that can do a psychological film, because Batman is a psychological study.
Right.
Bruce Wayne is all these characters are psychological. And so you need someone like a Matt Reeves to actually display that, because we really haven't seen it yet.
Right.
Like we saw a little bit in Dark Knight with Heath Ledger. That was like a psychological study in itself right there. But other than that, this is something new that we've been clamoring to see. Now we're going to, hopefully, on paper, it looks like we'll see it.
Yeah. And what was I going to say? I lost my train of thought. Braiding Care says, those damn Twitter folks. Oh, we didn't ask for a new Riddler. Me, nobody asked for you to have a Twitter account. Yes, you were speaking straight facts, my man. Straight facts. Yeah, I'm just so excited for this Batman movie. I have a feeling it's going to be something special. I finally figured out what I was going to say. Yeah, I can't see many, like, I agree with you. I can't see many directors doing like a psychological, true take on Batman. I could see David Fincher actually doing this movie. Let's say Matt Reeves drops out of the sequel. God forbid. Let's not even talk about that. But if you were to get a replacement, I think David Fincher would be the logical next step.
Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, clearly Riddler's based off of Fincher films like Zodiac and Seven. But you know, we have Matt Reeves. Glad we have Matt Reeves. He's not copying Zodiac or Seven. He's taking inspiration from, and he's doing his own thing with it. That's what I like. Something original, something new, something fresh. That's what we're getting with this Batman, and I'm down.
And I think that because of what they're going to do with the animated series, new animated series stuff, I see Matt Reeves been around. Unless somebody from WB just screws with him, I see him been around for a while. Yes, they got a track record of doing it. So let the man do his job, right? And if he fails, then make a decision. Just don't get in his way. He's successful for one reason only. He does what he wants his way. Allow him to do that.
Yes, dude. I could not agree with you more. Man, DC fandom cannot get here any sooner. I assume we're gonna get like a second trailer at DC fandom, and I can't wait to see it. I mean, I am clamoring for new footage. I am constantly checking Matt Reeves' Twitter. Anything.
It is just so far away, dude. It's like, I want to
to think we were supposed to be getting this movie this summer. Or no. I think we were supposed to be getting this October 2020.
Yeah, in the fall, yeah.
Oh man, wow. We could have gotten this movie by now. That is insane. Oh man. But yeah. Also there's that Gotham PD show, which is allegedly going to be a Jeffrey Wright, Jim Gordon, Batman Year One story. That could be interesting. Yeah. It comes from Kevin Smith.
Do you think we'll get a young Bruce Wayne? Kind of like what they did with Gotham?
I think
or will he be just kind of
it's year one. It's year one Batman. So I think
year one Batman. Okay.
Yeah, it's year one Batman. So I think, and it's a really cool idea. We have Jim Gordon, his POV, right? And then every I don't know, a couple of scenes, we see Batman in the shadows watching from afar, or he just did something and now he's leaving the scene. Just having that sort of monstrous presence without actually showing Robert Pattinson, that's scary, that's creepy, and that's how you can show this Batman.
Yeah, because in this Robert Pattinson's Batman, it's basically said that no one publicly really knows who he is yet.
Right.
And so, yeah, I agree with everything you're saying. Like, have him do this stuff that Batman does. No one knows about, and they're trying to find who this guy is, as well as solving the murders and stuff that's going on in Gotham already. And at the very end of the season, maybe have Batman actually come out.
Bring Robert Pattinson into it for the finale. Yeah. That's a big thing. I think that'd be smart. And this news that Jeffrey Wright, Jim Gordon is going to be the lead of the show came from Kevin Smith, who is connected. And let's not forget, and I did a video about this, he said that he heard from his sources that we will be getting a new Batman animated series revival. This new Caped Crusader thing is not like a direct continuation as far as we know, but he did say that we were getting a new animated series, and it's sort of a revival because we have Bruce Timm in there and it has the same art style. So yeah, if Kevin Smith says that this is a Jim Gordon, Jeffrey Wright show, I'm inclined to believe it. Yeah. So I think we said all we needed to say about Robert Pattinson Batman. I Could not be more excited about it. If we get like 10 seconds of new footage, I'm just gonna ramble on about it for 20 minutes, just praising it. I cannot be more excited for this movie. Any last thoughts on the Batman?
I just want to see it. Like I don't even want to see another trailer. I just want to see the film.
Yeah, I get you.
I'm so hyped for it, and of course, maybe because I'm a Batman fanboy. Who knows? But man, we've been wanting a solo Batman film. We've been wanting it, and just like I said, on paper, you have the actors, you have the great director. I love the suit. I love how it's take place in the 90s, I believe, and you have a more grounded early Batman, and it's just, I'm excited, dude. I'm really excited for it.
And Matt Reeves is someone who clearly cares about the movie. He's reading the comics. The cast members, Colin Farrell, he's reading the Penguin comics.
Dude, I forgot all about him. Oh my!
While we're at it, what do you think about Colin Farrell's Penguin?
Like it is, because all these are people who they're not at that stage yet. They're becoming Penguin. They're becoming Riddler. Batman is coming into his own as that Dark Knight, right? And I can't wait to see it. I know some people are like, well, it's like Gotham. In a way, but with a real budget.
Yeah, right? With real budget, exactly. I didn't really like that Gotham show, to be honest with you. The only thing I genuinely liked about it was Cameron Monaghan's take on Joker.
Yes.
He was a great Joker. And with Colin Farrell's Penguin, first that makeup, dude. I when that first DC fandom trailer came out, they were like, "Hey, where's Colin Farrell's Penguin?" Props to the makeup artist; they did a fantastic job. Jonah Hill at one point was probably going to be Penguin, but they didn't get him. And I'm happy they didn't. Yeah, I mean, I could see it, but when you have Colin Farrell's Penguin, he's a more realistic take. I like how he's not, actually like short. He's just a guy with a very crooked nose, and he gets a lot of crap at work for it. I like that idea. Danny DeVito was a great Penguin. I'm not going to compare Danny DeVito and Colin Farrell because they're clearly two different things. I like how we can get two different takes on Penguin. We have DeVito, and then we have Colin Farrell, who he looks like the Penguin. I could see it.
Yeah.
What do you think about Zoe Kravitz's Catwoman?
That's going to be the tricky one, right? Because it looks like that because you said he loves the Adam West Batman, right? So he's going for that Eartha Kitt Catwoman, which is nothing wrong with it. But Zoe Kravitz, I'm not a huge fan of her.
Neither am I.
So I'm very curious to see exactly. And from what she said, she's read comics. All the actors do that, really, but they all say they read this, read that. So I want to know how much screen time of her we're going to get.
Right.
What is her purpose within the Batman film with Matt Reeves' Batman film, right? And it is, I don't know. I don't love it, but I don't hate it.
Yeah. Braden Care says, I never cared about the OG Penguin, Danny DeVito. Colin will definitely be an improvement. Yeah, I like Danny DeVito's Penguin, but Colin Farrell, it's going to be its own different thing. And I think if, we can get a new Penguin, I think that's awesome. And with Zoe Kravitz's Catwoman, yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of her as an actress, but there was that featurette that came out a while ago explaining sort of her character arc, and I think it's fascinating. I think it's, she's sort of like the Robin Hood of the common folk. She is, contributing to society. She's hurting the rich, the elite, whatnot. And we've seen in those set photos her and Batman teaming up. So there might be a rivalry, then some like a romantic relationship. Who knows? This Catwoman, it's not just your sexy, female villain. It's something more. I think that's pretty cool. And Michelle Pfeiffer, I mean, she's amazing as Catwoman. I'm definitely interested in seeing Zoe Kravitz's take on it. And then you have freaking Andy Serkis as Alfred. Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just awesome. Well, what other castings are there? Jeffrey Wright, I think, you know, he's
Very
black, but
underrated actor to me.
he has that Jim Gordon look about him. Huffy Meep says, gonna peace out now. Gotta go have supper. Have good live stream, boys. Yeah, thanks for showing up, dude. Very first live stream means a lot. As I was saying about Jeffrey Wright, yeah, I think it's a very good choice. I think he's a good actor, and I'm looking forward to seeing his Jim Gordon. What are your thoughts on Jeffrey Wright?
I love Jeffrey Wright. Like every film he's been in, he has done his thing. Even
Right.
little smaller things. He's a phenomenal. Like I said, they're doing what they should have been doing, which was hire excellent actors from top to bottom.
Right.
And so if anybody says anything about Jeffrey Wright, they just don't know his filmography, because the man is amazing.
He really is.
He is amazing as an actor.
Yeah.
And you have to, race bending, like people like to throw out there.
Right.
I'm fine if they're like these side characters that really don't mean too much.
Yeah. I definitely agree with you on that. It's not Black Superman. Or not Black Claw.
Let's not even go that route.
I already made a
rant. Let's not go that route.
Yeah, but with Jeffrey Wright, he's black, but the minute he was casted, I was like, yep, I definitely see it. Yep. I'm on board. I just see him as a Gordon. I think it was great casting. I can't wait to see what he does with the role.
Exactly.
Yeah, and any other castings that I'm thinking of? No, I just I could ramble on and on about this movie for hours and hours. I am so excited for it.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah,
like I'm very excited for this film. I cannot wait for it. I'm tired of I don't want to see more trailers. Let's just bring it on. Let's do it.
I'm ready. Hopefully it doesn't get
Peter
delayed.
Sarsgaard's in it too.
He is.
John Turturro's in it.
Yeah, John Turturro, who's Falcone, which I think I like Turturro as that. I think he could pull it off. And then you have Skarsgård, who's playing not Two-Face. There were rumors that he was going to play Two-Face. He's just playing. I think he's just playing this like corrupt cop or something like that. But yeah, that's cool casting. Orion 1130 says, I don't understand why people are complaining about Jim Gordon and Selena Kyle being black, yet it's happened in the comics many times. And with Selena Kyle, it's happened in the 1966 Adam West series. And she was great as Catwoman. So
yes.
Yeah, I think, it's X actor for X role. It really depends. And with Jim Gordon and Selena Kyle, I don't mind at all. I think if you get the right actors in the role, they can do really good work. I'm very much looking forward to seeing Jeffrey Wright as Jim Gordon. Orion 1130 says, also, I just got back. I don't know if you talked about Paul Dano being Riddler. Oh yeah, we definitely talked about him and his design. You could go back and watch that portion. We put a picture up so you know where he is. So yeah, that's the Batman. I am ready. Hopefully it doesn't get delayed anymore. I'm going to scream and yell and cry if it gets delayed again. I can't take it. I need to see this.
I completely agree.
Yeah. All right. Now we finally got the Batman out of the way. We're going to talk about Batgirl shortly, so I guess we're going to go back to Robert Pattinson. But for now, we're never done with Robert Pattinson. We're never done. All right. Now let's go ahead and talk about Indiana Jones 5.
Oh my God.
Oh boy. We're definitely going to talk about it. All right. So Indiana Jones 5 is happening. After all this time, it's finally happening. We got James Mangold directing. We got Harrison Ford obviously returning as Indy. We got John Williams returning to score. That's awesome. I'm going to talk about my thoughts about Indiana Jones 5, once I read this article. Oh yeah, no, this is my first one, Belreeve Mendez. This is my first one, so you have the honor of joining my first live stream with the fabulous JG Shaolin Terrific. So
the kicker of asses and the taker of names.
Hell yeah. All right, back to Indiana Jones 5. So allegedly, reportedly, we have a plot reveal. Apparently, we kind of know what the plot is going to be. It's coming from the Illuminati, who, you know, scoopers nowadays, oh man, it's like half and half. You know, sometimes they get things right, and sometimes they get things wrong, and then cover up their answers like, oh no, I didn't say that, I said this. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. However, I will give props to the scoopers who said that the Venom Let There Be Carnage trailer would be dropping on that day we got it. Grace Randolph, who I can't stand.
Me neither.
She lied about Wonder Woman 1984 being a Flashpoint film. She lied about the whole Mandalorian drama. Got to give her and Daniel Rickman props, though, for getting that Venom Let There Be Carnage trailer. You know, that news right. Got to give him props. Black Adam says, does JG have a channel? I want to sub.
Not yet, but it's coming. It's coming.
Dude, I will be the first one to sub to your channel. You need to make that happen.
Dude, sub and join me in all kind of strings, bro.
Hell yeah.
I need all the help I can get when it comes to this.
Oh, yeah. All right. Back to Indiana Jones 5. So allegedly we have a plot leak from the Illuminati who, you know, get some things right. They get some things wrong. But after reading this plot, you know, it sounds like it could be true. So let's go ahead and read what they had to say. So, as the cast of Disney Lucasfilm's still untitled Indiana Jones movie continues to grow, the first plot details for the upcoming 5th installment have found their way online. And it sounds like director James Mangold may have some surprising things in store for Harrison Ford's intrepid archaeologist. According to the Illuminati, the movie will be set in the 1960s during the space race, with Indy once again coming up against his favorite foes, the Nazis.
Bring back the Nazis, everybody.
Yeah. Mads Mikkelsen is believed to be playing the villain. Hard to believe, we know. And his character is described as a Nazi scientist enlisted into NASA by the U.S. government to work on the space agency's moon landing initiative. So that is the plot for, allegedly, the plot for Indiana Jones 5. And, you know, it sounds like it could be true, because James Mangold, I covered this a while ago on my channel, James Mangold said that all of his upcoming movies take place in the 1960s. So that means Indiana Jones 5. I don't, it just sounds true. Now, what do I think of the plot? Will Indiana Jones go to space? That's interesting. I have to say, Mads Mikkelsen is the villain. Hell yeah.
Oh, he looks like a villain.
Oh,
look at him. He's villain. His name written all on it.
Yeah, Lashif as in Casino Royale, really great villain. I can't wait to see him in this movie. So the space race, and if this is true, a Nazi scientist enlisted into NASA. That's kind of interesting. How he might be like this secret undercover guy trying to destroy the U.S. from the inside out, and he's trying to ruin the moon landing. And then Indiana Jones, I guess, goes to space for the final battle.
Wow.
I don't know about him going to space because, I mean, you know, with Fast and Furious, I guess they're going to space now. I've never really liked those movies because they're just so ridiculous now.
Are they really going into space, or that's just a rumor?
No, it's confirmed. Justin Lin confirmed it.
Oh my God.
F8, I think it's called, yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah, and then, oh boy, man, I could rant about Fast and Furious for hours. But to be fair, I did enjoy Hobbs and Shaw. I think that was sort of like a fun buddy cop movie. Although, albeit ridiculous, I still enjoyed it. But Fast and Furious as a whole, I'm just not, you know, it's not my thing. And going to space, yeah.
All day about that.
Yeah, it's just, Orion 1130 says, the first couple Fast movies are good, but after 5, it just gets weird. Yeah.
Orion, don't pull me in, buddy. Don't do it. I don't want to rant about that right now. Don't pull me in.
Wait, so simple question. Do you like the Fast movies?
After Tokyo Drift, I was done.
That's
because
fair.
it wasn't even about racing anymore. It's about some James Bond meets
And now they're
Hawaii
going on heists
Five-O
and stuff
meets.
in
Yeah, it's like,
Antarctica.
what in the world?
What happened? Oh man. I only seen Fast and Furious Part 1, 2, and Tokyo Drift. Lol.
That's
Yeah,
all you need to see. That's
yeah.
all you need to see.
Black Adam says, if Indy is going to space, he needs to fly the Falcon. I'm assuming you mean Anthony Mackie. Hey, you know what?
I think about the Millennium Falcon.
Oh, I think you might be right. There are two Falcons, both owned by Disney.
Wow.
So yeah, hey, you know what? The Millennium Falcon, that could be pretty cool. But yeah, I think the plot is interesting. I mean, him going to, well, I mean, let me just talk about Indiana Jones 5 as a whole. It is a mixed bag. I was lucky enough to grow up with pretty much every iconic movie. I love Indiana Jones. I love the character. It's so iconic. The music, the performance, just everything about it is iconic. And, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull gets a lot of hate. I don't think it's that bad. It still feels like an indie movie. I could have done without the aliens, but I don't think it's a bad movie. I think it's definitely the weakest out of all of them, but I enjoy it. I find enjoyment out of it. And it sort of ended with, it ended the book nicely with him and Marion getting married. Shia LaBeouf, who's a good actor, maybe becoming the next Indy. I guess he's not coming back for this movie. It's a mixed bag because Harrison Ford is old. He's old. And King of the Crystal Skull, I was surprised he could do sort of the stunts and the action there. He pulled it off quite convincingly, actually. But with Indy 5, in Force Awakens, he was attempting to run, but it was more like a quick jog.
Dude, he could barely move in Force Awakens.
That's what I'm saying. That's why.
How is he outrunning Chewbacca? It made no freaking sense to me.
Man, I just it's a mixed bag because I love Indy. I love the character. I'm gonna show up to this movie no matter what.
I'm pirating this movie. I'm not paying to see this.
We'll get to you in a second, but where was I? Yeah, Harrison Ford is old. I don't know if you could pull it off. I really don't know how it's gonna work. And then you have this Phoebe Waller-Bridge, who's gonna be the new female-led protagonist.
Of course.
Nothing wrong with the female protagonist. I feel like I have to say that because people are attacking. People can attack you like, oh, you don't like women, this, that, and the other thing. No, Sarah Connor, Ellen Ripley. It's just I'm worried about her overshadowing Indy because this is Indiana Jones' final outing. I don't need a woman saying, oh, you're old. Oh, so of course, this is typical of men. I don't need that. I just need a well-written female character who is sort of like a Marion or like a side character to Indy. This is Indy's movie. It's got to be about him. I don't need her overshadowing him. So that's the iffy part. But then you have James Mangold, who's directing, who is a fantastic director. Logan, The Wolverine, Walk the Line, Ford v Ferrari. I mean, the dude is a great director. And, he made Logan, which was a great send-off to Wolverine. And he could maybe, do a great send-off for Indiana Jones. The reason why I'm partially, looking forward to seeing this movie is because James Mangold is directing, because he can make this movie good. Then you have Mads Mikkelsen, who's great. Then you have Boyd Holbrook, who was the one of the villains in Logan. He's cast in this movie now. He's a really good actor. I can't wait to see him in this. Maybe he will be the new Indy moving forward. I mean, I feel like, Indiana Jones 5 should end it, but we know Hollywood, they love that money. They might greenlight Indy 6. And yeah, I don't know. I could see Boyd Holbrook being the next Indy. We'll see where that goes, but it's sort of half and half. It could either go really great like Logan, or it could just go really bad and just, oh boy, man. I don't want this to be like the sequel trilogy. I don't need, man, if Disney ruins Indiana Jones, again, riot, rampage. But it is just a waiting game. This film is going to start filming, I think this summer. So maybe set photos, trailer, whenever. It's just something, it's a waiting game. I just have to wait and see what they're going to do. And then him going to space, I don't know about that one. I don't know. I just don't know if Harrison Ford could do the action. Braden Care says it can either go the way of Avengers Endgame or The Rise of Skywalker. Facts. Yeah. Orion 1130. I thought Indy 4 should have ended it. Yeah. But you know, Disney, they love that cha-ching. So yeah, it's just a waiting game. Indy 5. We'll just have to wait and see. JG, tell me your thoughts on Indy 5. With your I can already assume what your thoughts are, but please explain. I'm very interested in seeing what you have to say.
Okay. I had to take a swig of something to calm my nerves on this one.
Get ready.
Okay. So I grew up watching the Indiana Jones films, right? You know, you had the Raiders of the Lost Ark, right? Which really made me want to actually delve into history, delve to archaeology and anthropology, right? It made me want to read books, right? That outside of school, right? Seeing that film, right? It made me want to go to college because I do have a degree in history. And so it made me want to be an archaeologist one day, even though that never happened, but still, you know.
Who knows?
Who knows? I'm still young.
JG for Indiana Jones 6. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, dude, diversity. Let's do it. Then you have was it Temple of Doom, which had mixed reviews on it, mainly because of the female protagonist in there who happened to be dating the director of the film. That's part of why she got it. The role. Then you have Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, which was an excellent, outstanding send off to an amazing trilogy. From 1 to 3. And now we bring in Indiana Jones 4.
All right, let's hear it, man.
What the effing H? I mean, don't get me wrong. Now, I was hyped for him. Like, oh, wow, what are they going to do with this? Where else can he go, right? Because you look at his history and it comes to, you know, you have the Greek mythology, right? You could have introduced that. He could have gone to Rome, could have gone to Greece, Africa, anywhere else. No. We're going to go into these Mayan temples or wherever hell they went. And there's aliens there, right? Oh, let's bring back the Nazis all over again. What in the dude? Okay, so we can say Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark was in the 30s, right? Yeah. Then we get into the 40s and the 50s. Now in the 60s, right? Don't you think the Russians may be the next villain you need to throw in there somewhere? No, let's bring back the Nazis again. Dude, I can agree that maybe they can make something good out of, you know, a Russian spy or something there, because there was a space race with America and the Soviet, not Soviet Union, Soviet Union or whatever. So maybe he's a Nazi working for the Soviets, and who knows? I don't know what they're going to do with it. But he's going to space? Really? He's going to space?
Yeah,
that makes no sense for Indiana Jones.
And how is that going to work? Are they just going to float and fight?
Dude, he's like 80 years old. What is he going to do?
Is it going to be like Austin Powers, where there's like a moon base and they're going to fight in there?
Like, it's groovy, baby. You know,
it's shagadelic, baby.
It's shagadelic, baby. Like,
I love those movies, by the way.
I do too. It's awesome. But, you know, this film, it's not needed, right? Yeah. And we saw it in The Force Awakens, where Harrison Ford basically said, look, I want to die. I don't want to do any more of these things. This killed me off, right? You know, they look at it. Exactly. That's how he's going to look, like an oh my God, a geriatric guy. He could barely run in Force Awakens. Yeah. What is he going to do? Even in Indiana Jones 4, and he's running, of course, a stunt though, but he was running on those crates, swinging across the thing. That didn't even make sense to me. It's like, come on. Now, look, when it ended, you had Shia LaBeouf. who's his illegitimate son, basically. And if it were me, I would do a similar send-off like they did in the Last Crusade. Have Indiana Jones be his son's mentor.
Right.
And have his son carry on the mentor. But you're doing the whole. When I saw Kathleen Kennedy's name on there, I automatically, okay, here we go. Here we go with the Mary Sue. I'm with you. I don't mind a woman taking on the mantle. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, lots of great female heroines. Ellen Ripley, Sarah Connor. If they're well written and not pandering, bring on the female heroes. You know, bring on the Scarlet Witches, and don't bring on the Captain Marvels.
And like, you could have a woman who's a student of his, who was a fan and wanted to do what he does, and get into some type of trouble. Maybe she needs his help, and oh no, we can't do that because then she's running to the white man. We can't do that. So, man, I just don't know.
It is literally a mixed bag. It could either go really good or really bad. It is simply just a waiting game, you know.
I don't see it's going good at all. I do not.
Yeah, I understand you on that. James Mangold is a great director. Has been around
since what, the 80s or so?
Yeah, I think 82 was Raiders.
I don't even think he can help out with this. With Kathleen Kennedy on board, I don't think he can do. Because we know Disney producers have. Yeah, but Lucas,
at least he's involved, you know.
I'm hoping for the best.
I am really hoping for the best, yeah, because I don't need another Last Jedi or
we're getting
Rise of Skywalker. I don't need
it. We are getting it. We are getting another Rise of Skywalker. Or whatever it's called. We are getting another one of those because I just don't in space. I can't get over that. Like if you made it grounded, like I said, maybe going to Greece or something like that, even Jerusalem. Right? Because like the whole thing is basically, I know it's kind of a hotbed topic right now, but you know, the thing about, you know, whoever controls Jerusalem controls the world type of thing. You could do something like that where the Nazis are trying to maybe find the spirit that speared Jesus in the side or something like that. Maybe that would have been dope.
Spear of Destiny, I believe.
Yes, something like that. That would have been dope.
You need to work at Disney.
They wouldn't like me because I will be canceled all day long at Disney. But I mean, look, it's bad when what was the Nicolas Cage National Treasure?
Right.
And it's more Indiana Jones and this crap they're pulling out. And I love National Treasure. But this stuff, oh my God.
Yeah. Let me ask you, what's your favorite Indiana Jones movie?
Ooh.
I can tell you mine. It's going to be controversial.
Mine is too. I'm going to say the one I was most entertained by was Temple of Doom.
Facts. That's mine.
That's probably my favorite one.
And a lot of people don't realize that's actually a prequel to Raiders.
Yeah.
That's interesting how they did Raiders and then they did a prequel. But yeah, I just love that's the one I grew up watching the most. So I think nostalgia plays into it. But I just love how dark and mysterious it is. It is the most entertaining to me. And Mola Ram, what a fun villain. And when they're in that cave, I love that moment when Short Round uses the fire to snap Indy out of it, and then he smiles at him and he says, I'm here, kid, or whatever, and then it's like dun 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 dun.
Exactly.
So, man, it takes me back. And also the intro to where Indy gets poisoned. That's iconic.
Yes.
I remember playing the Lego game of Indiana Jones, and I had to, play and find the antidote. I have a lot. I have a lot of great memories with Indiana Jones, and if they screw it up, I'm gonna be pissed.
I would have much rather them just reboot it than to do this.
Yeah,
much rather do that. Like you could have, like my favorite fan pick for if they were to reboot it is the guy that was on The Hangover. I forget the guy's name.
Bradley Cooper.
He would be a great Indiana Jones.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. A lot of people have been saying Chris Pratt. I could see that.
Yeah, I can see that too.
I do like Bradley Cooper though. I think he would be my number one choice, if anything.
Never leave. I love it. Temple of Doom. Yes, Temple of Doom is my favorite. Now, is it the best film? No,
it's not. But
it's just my
so damn enjoyable.
It's enjoyable. I love it. Short
They
Round.
Jump out of the plane,
hilarious.
dude.
I love them. You know,
we're not crashing. We're not flying. We're crashing. Oh, so many great lines, dude.
And the whole thing I can never forget is the Gadima, shut the day. I call it. Is he saying shut the day? That's the only way I can. It's just, oh my god!
And then the monkey brains scene.
And then, she's all getting all dressed up, and the prince comes as a kid, and Showround's like, well, maybe he loves older women. That was hilarious.
Dude, why don't they bring Short Round back?
I don't know what he looks like now. He's probably,
I don't know what he looks like.
He's gotta be like 60 or something like that. Gotta be.
Short Round,
yeah. He was in the Goonies and stuff, so he's gotta be.
Yeah, he was so fun in that movie, Short Round. Jonathan K. Kwan. Let me pull up a picture.
He still has the same face. Oh my god. He's 49.
Yeah, that's not bad. Bring him back, man. Yeah. So why are you bringing Phoebe Waller-Bridge back? Why are you bringing her into the equation? Bring back freaking Short Round, a universally loved child.
Exactly.
Like, man, oh man. Hold your potatoes, Dr. Jones. I love these movies, dude. I really do.
Raiders of the Lost Ark may have been the best film of the trilogy.
Yeah.
But I mean, even The Last Crusade was entertaining, right? And it was a good mix of that dark element and that comedy, right? When he's sitting there trying to break the floor down, and the guy's stamping the books, and he's like, "What?" That was just hilarious, man. It was.
Oh man, great. I just love these movies, and I hope oh boy, I really hope it goes well.
Is it safe to say that the nostalgia of these films, right, have been butchered by Disney?
Can you please explain that?
Okay, so we see Indiana Jones, right? It was a great trilogy. It was something that, he was like the James Bond of archaeology, right?
Yep.
Where, men want to be him, women loved him, you know what I mean? And Disney's touching it. Mm-hmm. And both these films have been very divisive. Right. 4 and 5, right? We see a Star Wars, right? Disney touches it, and they just mess over, everything, right? And so I'm really afraid for Disney, even the X-Men to come here. I'm afraid if Disney touches that, they're going to screw it up.
Yeah, for sure, dude, for sure. I'm scared about X-Men. I'm optimistic about Fantastic Four. I love the Fantastic Four. I'm hopeful about that one. But X-Men, I grew up on those Fox X-Men movies. I love Hugh Jackman's Wolverine. I love going back and rewatching those movies. And there are certain things, with the sex and the drugs that Disney won't do.
Yes.
I just don't want it to be MCU Spider-Man. I don't want it to be that.
Exactly.
Oh man!
And so that's why I have this inherent fear of Disney touching anything that I love, because I'm just like, they're going to just butcher it. They're going to just put
yeah.
And now we see with this in space. I can't get over the space part. That's the part I can't get over.
Yeah, dude.
Going to space.
That's just such a hell. Like, are they going to take a page out of Austin Powers? That's because Austin Powers is a parody. You don't want to actually make that your third act. Might as well have Mike Myers show up.
I mean, look at films like The Kingsman. That's a parody of these spy movies, and that was brilliant. I love The Kingsman.
Hell yeah.
Even if it was a spoof, it was great. It was done right.
Yes,
I don't know what. I can't talk anymore about this. I'm just like, I'm getting a headache because it's like, why?
Yeah.
Why bring this back? Reboot it, or like I was saying before, like have Indiana Jones. He's old. He's probably teaching his last few years of teaching, probably, if he's still doing it.
Right.
Have his son come in. Let his son take the mantle, like they kind of teased in the Crystal Skull, but he kind of comes back like, nope, take the hat away.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah, I a lot of people don't like Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, but I don't want Indy 5 to ignore that movie. I mean, he got married to Marion. He has a son. Don't throw that out of the window.
Exactly.
And I think if you would have had like a Falcon and the Winter Soldier situation, with the son taking the mantle, what that means, how he's going to respect the legacy. That's a good plot point. But now you're going to have Harrison Ford in his 80s going to space. Oh man, I am worried. But James Mangold, I always go back to that. Just please, if I have to put my faith in anyone, it's not Disney. It's James Mangold.
Yeah, James and Mads in there too. Those are the saving graces for me right now.
Yeah,
and maybe this can be worth it.
Yeah, and to be fair, Disney did make The Mandalorian, which is great. It's the closest thing we've ever gotten to OG Star Wars.
Yeah, but did Kathleen Kennedy touch any of those? I'm just curious.
I'm not certain about that. I know Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau are the main guys there.
That's probably why it was good.
Yes.
Kathleen Kennedy touches it, it's like, oh my God.
So maybe it's more them and not Disney, but
yeah, because when I see that a female's going to pretty much take it, okay, Kathleen Kennedy's name, of course, I know where this is going. I know where it's going.
Yeah, Kathleen Kennedy actually produced Temple of Doom, surprisingly enough.
Oh my, well, okay.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that information. I'm just like, yeah.
Well, yeah, and it is my favorite, so I mean, well, okay, I'll give her that.
Yeah. But yeah, it was probably everyone but her that made that movie fun and great. But I'm oh boy. I just need we need to see that trailer.
Speaking of Indiana Jones, that game trailer really has me excited.
Oh, by Bethesda. Am I right about that?
I think it's Bethesda.
Bethesda, yeah.
Is either that or Square Enix? I think it's Bethesda.
I think it's Bethesda.
Man, I'm really excited about that. I'm more excited about that than this.
Yeah, I get you on that. I mean, the best Indiana Jones game is the Lego Indiana Jones game. What does that say? Yeah. we need like a I'm not saying like Arkham style. I'm saying like those Arkham games are not just fun, they're quality, they're great.
Mm-hmm.
We need that for Indiana Jones. We need like a sort of Uncharted
Uncharted, Tomb Raider kind
adventure. Of thing. Yeah, we need something like that. So yeah, that game, that's exciting. Yeah, let's see if they it'd be funny if they make a better story than Indiana Jones 5, the actual movie.
I would not be surprised.
Oh man, please, Disney! I just want this to go well.
It won't.
Oh man,
it won't. I guess, and you're right. I could be surprised.
There could always be that possibility. I'm not, immediately shutting it down. I'm skeptical. I'm gonna see this no matter what because I just love the character, and we could be surprised. And we will see. It's literally just a waiting game. It's 50-50. It really is.
And I'm thinking that in my heart, I'm hoping they're throwing it out there to see what kind of reception they get at first, right? They're like, okay, we don't like it, so let's switch it around. I'm hoping that happens. But Kathleen Kennedy involved, I doubt it.
Oh man, yeah. So
she's flaunting her power.
Yeah, I just can't wait to see that trailer, man. I can't wait to see footage of what this movie might look like or what it will look like. I can't wait to see the reception to this trailer. It's going to be very interesting.
Like, have you seen Harrison Ford in like any like social media videos or whatever? It was one he did where this magician, I guess, came over. He was doing some stuff. Mm-hmm. Harrison could barely move. It's like, oh my God, what is he gonna do? I don't know.
I just don't see what the point is. Indiana Jones is supposed to be a young, free-moving archaeologist. I just think, it's money. Disney has trouble letting go.
Mm-hmm.
They have trouble letting go. They want to. They just want to continue. There has to be a line where you just say, it was done great. Let's move on. Because that's what I'm worried about the MCU right now. Chris Evans had a great, like a perfect ending in Endgame. He finally got that dance with Peggy. Damn near teared up because Captain America is my favorite MCU hero of all time. But now you read that Deadline article where now he's in negotiations to come back.
It defeats the purpose. It takes everything away. It takes the heart of everything away.
Yeah, unless it's like a multiverse version or whatever. It just, if he's come, and then Robert Downey Jr., he's probably coming back in like Ironheart or something like that. There are rumors that he might even be in Black Widow. So Disney has a problem letting go of things, just acknowledging that we did a great job. Let's move on.
Well, you know, Black Widow takes place before the snap. I can see it.
Right.
But still, like, he's dead and gone. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Kind of like what the James Bond movies, 007 movies do, right? Where they have these films. Let's wait a while, okay, to bring it back, but let's replace them with someone else and create all new stories, right? That's what Indiana Jones needs to do. That's what they need to do. You had a great trilogy. Okay, let's move on to another trilogy, right? That's done. Okay, let's move on to another trilogy. And for God's sakes, enough with the Nazis. Let's find somebody else to mess with. Anybody else.
Hey, Mr. Hot Takes Tuesdays.
Hot Takes.
We just got finished talking about the Batman 2022 Riddler and Batsuit designs. We know you talked about that on your live stream. We talked about Indiana Jones 5. We talked about that for a long while. And now, you know, we got Indiana Jones 5 out of the way. I love it. I want to see it done right. Please, Disney, don't screw it up. That's basically my my thing. So
wishful thinking, my friend.
Oh man, I'm just hoping for the best. I really am.
Yeah, me too. I'm hoping. That was my childhood hero growing up.
Oh man,
as far as film.
Yeah. Well, so we're gonna move on to the big topic. And I just forgot that I downloaded like all of these clips. You know, when the Hot Takes Tuesdays or Philosophical Pickle has these like clips that they play. So I'm gonna try and put this one into context. So JG, are you ready?
Let's do this.
Because oh man, this is going horribly wrong. I guess.
Dude, I gotta figure out how to do that.
Oh man, I forgot I had all these clips.
I love it. Are you there? What happened?
Computer is whack. My computer is weird. But yeah, next live stream I gotta be all with the clips, and I have like the majority of them are Sam Raimi's Spider-Man ones.
Yeah.
Those films are so quotable. I downloaded everyone in existence probably. Anyway, moving on to the main topic of this video, let's go ahead and talk about the Batgirl movie. Let me pull up a picture of Batgirl. This is definitely news that we got to talk about. So, whoa, lol. I don't know what that is, but yes, lol.
Whoa, LOL. Oh, he's probably talking about the like I get you for 3 minutes.
Hey,
3 minutes of playtime.
Look who it is.
Philosophical pickle aka blasphemous pickle, is in the movie.
Oh man, we just talked about the Batsuit and Riddler designs. We talked about what did we talk about? Indiana Jones 5. We ranted about that a little bit. Now we're gonna talk about Batgirl. We all four of us have got a stream on my channel one day. I'm thinking weekends. Weekends is when I'll do live streams. You guys gotta come. We gotta talk about stuff.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. So anyway, we're gonna talk about Batgirl. We got that huge news. I don't know your take on this, JG. So this should be a very interesting conversation.
Yeah, I'm excited. Is it going to be a show on HBO Max or an actual movie?
Movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
HBO Max, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, so it's an HBO Max movie. It's being directed by the guys behind Bad Boys for Life, which is a movie I love. Have you seen the Bad Boys movies?
Yeah, Bad Boys for Life. I'm 50-50 on it.
Really?
I'm 50-50
Explain
on
yourself, Mr. JG.
It's like one of those things where you should have stopped at maybe 2. But
Yeah,
you
I
keep
get
on
you.
going and going. It's like, okay. You got Will Smith, who's overweight. You have Martin Lawrence, who was overweight, and I was told they actually lost weight, which is very sad looking when you see it. It's and then he has this son that no one knew about, and it was too much. It was way too much.
I get you. I mean, I personally enjoyed it. Do you agree that For Life is the best Bad Boys movie, or do you like one more than the other?
Oh, I like Bad Boys 2 the best.
Really? Okay.
Bad Boys 1, because when I was a kid, I'm telling my age. When I was younger, right? Bad Boys 1, my parents would not let me watch it because of all the profanity, that stuff that was in it. So I would sneak and watch it whenever I could. And it was great. Bad Boys 2 was so fun. It was
fun.
It was very fun. Bad Boys. No, one thing I did like about Bad Boys for Life was at the very end, spoilers if you haven't seen it. I don't know why you haven't. But at the very end where Martin Lawrence's daughter and a guy get married or whatever at the end. Or in the beginning, I think they have a kid or something at the end or something like that.
Well,
I can't even remember it. That's how bad it was for me.
Will Smith? Is that who you're talking about?
No, didn't Martin Lawrence's daughter have a kid in the film?
Oh, yeah, that's the third movie.
Third movie, yeah, okay. See how mixed up I am? That's how much they suck. But no, Bad Boys 1 and 2 are my favorites.
Yeah, they're fun movies. What I like about For Life is that, this is entirely subjective. So if you disagree with me, that's, totally understandable. What I like about it is how after how many years they made a third movie and it worked, in my opinion. The movie, Michael Bay is all style, no substance. With For Life, this movie was not just fun, but it had a lot of heart. It had emotion. It had good character development. And I just had a fun time, and I thought it was an overall great movie. And so when this news broke, I kind of lost it. I was like, yo, number one, the Batgirl movie is still happening. Because that, Joss Whedon was attached to that. That got, he obviously left. And I thought, the movie was going to get canned. But no, apparently it's still moving forward on HBO Max. And we got the guys who directed Bad Boys for Life directing this. I think they're very good choices. I think they got the action down. The action is great. They can bring a lot of heart and emotion to the story. And I'm looking forward to seeing the movie. I need to learn more about it before I get like, oh yeah, 100% excited. But yeah, there's a movie that I'm gonna see. I'm interested in it. What is your take?
I'm very curious about this because Batgirl, to me, is like a forgotten person a lot of times because you have Batman, you have all the Robins, you have the Nightwings, Teen Titans, but nobody really talks about Batgirl, right?
Right.
And my thing is I'm very curious about is that you're bringing Batgirl, so obviously there's a Robin somewhere in the universe. So are we going to get a Robinson or a tease of a Robin, Robinson, right? A tease of a Robin in Robert Pattinson's Batman. Or we will get some type of tease because you can't have a Batgirl if you don't have a Robin.
Okay, I see.
Or a Nightwing or something like. So I'm very curious.
Yeah,
and it being how they're gonna, because you have a Gordon who is black, of course.
Right.
Are they gonna hire, or they're gonna cast a black female to play Barbara, or whatever? How are they gonna introduce Barbara?
Yeah, that's exactly my second point of the whole news is that we don't know when this movie or where this movie is being set. It could be set in the DCEU, could be set in the Robert Pattinson universe because
that's the rumor I keep hearing.
Yeah, I covered this on my channel. I covered this on my channel, that Forbes article in 2019. Keep in mind, this is 2019. This was when Joss Whedon was still attached to the project. Time has passed. Things have changed. They could have rewritten the script. But that Forbes article included a little nugget that said that this Batgirl movie will take place in the Robert Pattinson Batman universe.
Yeah.
And so from that point, I was like, okay. So, and we had a conversation about this where we set this live stream up. Are they going to cast a black Barbara Gordon, or are they going to do like an adopted sort of like Jeffrey Wright adopts a traditionally white Barbara Gordon, and then she becomes Batgirl? Because, my choice for Batgirl was either Karen Gillan or Anya Taylor-Joy.
Yeah, I think Anya Taylor-Joy is actually my favorite pick.
That's my number one pick, right? Yeah, that's my number one pick right there. And I would have liked to see that casting, but if this is set in the Robert Pattinson universe, more than likely they will cast a black actress. I would have liked to see a more traditional comic book Barbara Gordon, but you have Jeffrey Wright as Jim Gordon, and I'm not complaining about that because I like that casting. I think if you just get the right actress, you write her well. Don't make her Batwoman. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Just write a damn good character. No pandering, no anything, and we'll be good. I've always envisioned Batgirl as the white girl, so I've had white actresses in my mind. I don't really know who I would cast as like a black Barbara Gordon because I just don't see a black Barbara Gordon because in the comics has always been white Barbara Gordon.
Yeah. And I actually do have a fan casting for Barbara Gordon.
I've been waiting for this.
My casting, and if you see the movie The Hate You Give, is the dialogue between this young lady and Common, who is a police officer. That conversation, that dialogue they had, I can see Amandla Stenberg as Barbara Gordon.
Let me pull up a picture.
She's light-skinned, like Jeffrey Wright. Now, if you another way, now you can use a white girl if you have, like say we did the adoption thing, right? But stereotypically, you don't see black parents adopting white children.
Right.
You don't really see that. So I don't know how that would explain that. If you even look at it like that. And another thing they can do is Jeffrey Wright's Jim Gordon is married to a white lady, and she's the stepfather.
Ooh, dude, that's good.
Then you can still have your white Barbara Gordon.
I did not think about that one.
So, like I said, I don't know what route they're going to go in, but Amandla Stenberg, I think, is our Barbara Gordon if I were to do the casting. Or if she wanted it.
Dye her hair red, I could kind of see it.
And there are a lot of other picks, but they're doing the other moves like Zendaya. I thought would make a great Barbara Gordon. For me, she has to be light skinned.
I can get you up on that.
Yeah, unless his wife's dark, then you have to. I don't know, but like I said, when that article came up and you were talking about in your video that you did, she's the first one that came to my head.
Okay,
because of that, The Hate You Give. I don't know if you ever seen that film, but
I've seen pieces of it. I know of the book. Yeah,
there's a scene in the film where after her friend, of course, gets shot by police, and she's kind of hiding the fact that she was there during the situation. And her uncle, of course, is a police officer played by Common. And they have this dialogue. And it's like, I can see that dialogue between her and Jeffrey Wright, her wanting to be a Batgirl character or wanting to be a vigilante in her own right. And them having that conversation about, you don't need to do this. This isn't, I can just see it. And she's cute on top of that. So why not?
Yeah, I can see it. Just dye her hair red, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she has that, youngish, younger kind of face.
Mm-hmm. And she has to be young for me in a way.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because her and Dick Grayson are kind of similar in age, I believe. She may be somewhat younger than Dick Grayson.
They're dating in some of the comics. Nightwing and Batgirl date. So yeah.
So they have to be around the same age then.
Yeah.
So it could be safe to assume if this is in the Pattinson universe, there is a Robin somewhere.
Yeah, and if this movie is set in the Robert Pattinson universe, I think that's pretty cool. Once Robert Pattinson, I want his character to be established. I want him to be fleshed out before we do any crossovers, before, just flesh him out. But I think the idea of knowing that Superman and Wonder Woman exist in this universe, the idea that a Batgirl exists in this universe, the idea that we could have this new cinematic universe, this new sort of Bat family, which I'm on board.
Yes.
I'm on board for. There are rumors that we might even see a Dick Grayson in the first Batman movie, Matt Reeves' Batman movie. That could be interesting. I want to see Robin. I want to see Batgirl. I want to see Nightwing. I want to see Red Hood. I want to see more of the Bat family.
Yes.
Because the last Bat family movie we got was Batman and Robin, and that was not so good.
Dude, they screwed up that whole. Barbara, the daughter of Alfred. What the hell was that?
Yeah, that was.
That was just. But
I like the idea of having, I want to see Robert Pattinson interact with other Bat family members. He doesn't always have to be alone, but you have to establish the character first, and then you can, you have his. In this first Batgirl movie, I would acknowledge that Robert Pattinson exists. Have him in the background, but let this be a Barbara Gordon story. Focus on her. And then, once Pattinson has his trilogy, or after a second movie, whatever, is going to be done, have him interact with Batgirl, and then build up to this, I don't know, Bat family team-up movie, sort of like an Avengers level movie.
I see that. I can see that. And plus, you have the WB Batman game coming out with the Bat family.
Yes, Gotham Knights. You can profit off of that.
Exactly. Yeah. Dude, you're preaching something good here. I like that. I like that.
I can see it. I want everything to go well. Indiana Jones 5, the Batman, Batgirl. I want it all to go well.
Well, we'll hopefully get 2 out of 3. Because Indiana Jones, I don't see that happening.
Oh man. Yeah, so Batgirl, that's gonna happen. I'm definitely gonna see it. I'm just a superhero, I love superheroes. I love film, and I'm definitely interested in this movie. It's interesting how it's going to HBO Max.
And I think that's good.
Yeah. My question is, if it is in the Robert Pattinson universe, don't you want to profit off of that and make a theater release?
Well,
because on the other side of the argument, you have Gotham PD, which is set in the Robert Pattinson universe. Yeah, I was just about
to go there too. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's on HBO Max. I don't know. Do you think Batgirl would have been profitable at the theaters? Because I think if you have the Bat brand, that I wouldn't say guarantees all the cash in the world, but I think it could have done something good.
Well, because you got to remember, DC is kind of trying to soft reboot themselves in a way. Okay, we screwed up. Let's start it over in a way, right? So now you have bad credit with the audience for the most part, right? And so now you're trying to build that credit back up. So you have to give us something good. And I think Pattinson's Batman is going to be, like I said, we talked about before, on paper, it's going to be outstanding, right? You have Gotham PD coming out, right, which is a prequel in a sense to the Batman we'll see in theaters, right? But they're also connecting. How many seasons of Gotham PD are we getting? Because you could do a season 2, which takes place after the Pattinson's Batman,
exactly,
and then bring in the Batgirl and stuff like that, and just connect them together.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be rushed. This is the one thing that DC doesn't need to do. Don't rush.
Which they have trouble doing.
Yeah, exactly. Take your time with it. And that's why I'm hoping with this merger with Discovery, we might see.
I love seeing I just love seeing the journey. With the MCU, just it's an accomplishment in its own right. Just the fact that they had these interconnected stories, and the fact that I teared up when Chris Evans was done as Cap at the end of Endgame. The fact that I cared about these characters for so long that I felt emotional when it ended. That's powerful. That's something. That's good writing. And I want that. I want to be attached to these characters. I want to be attached to other DC characters like the Flash, but now the Snyder Cut isn't canon. It's just all a mess, and it's unfortunate. You know, I just think that the Batman should be the reboot. It should be the reboot, because even when you quote unquote reboot with the Flash, you're still gonna have existing Snyder characters. You know, then you're gonna have multiple characters in multiple different universes. I think like the Robert Pattinson universe is like the safe haven to have like a connected cinematic universe, because Superman exists in that world, Wonder Woman, Batgirl maybe. So, you know, I think if Warner Brothers is smart, which they haven't been recently,
true,
they will make the Robert Pattinson universe the main universe, because I'm totally cool with Elseworld stories. It's just, why are you doing why are you making a Black Superman movie when you don't even have Henry Cavill coming back for a Man of Steel 2?
And that's why I was such a proponent of doing a Val Zod Superman if you're going to do a Black Superman.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
I have a problem.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, I have a problem with the whole race-bent Clark Kent thing. It's unnecessary, and we already have a Clark Kent. If you want to do, you know, something new, do Val Zod. Even the Black people don't want a Black Clark Kent. What?
Dude, I don't think anybody wants a Black Clark Kent, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple people who do want it, who are, you know, claiming diversity and whatever. Like, read the comics.
Dude, DC is diverse enough.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the Snyder Cut. You have a Hawaiian dude, you have an Israeli girl, you have Cyborg, a black man, you have a Jewish kid, and Flash. There's so much diversity there. And now Warner Brothers is like, oh no, we're gonna be diverse. We're gonna make Black Clark Kent. No one wants that. Exactly. Val Zod, or Calvin Ellis, sign me up. I'm down for that. That's like a Miles Morales situation, something new, something fresh, something different. I'm open to that. I don't want a Black Clark Kent. And Warner Brothers is like tone deaf. I don't know who asked for a Black Clark Kent, and the people who, you know, just accept that we're getting a Black Clark Kent and they're just okay with it. I don't get those people. I really don't.
Because I mean, look, let's keep Wonder Woman, because it takes place in like the 30s or whatever. 184, right. It is what it is. I don't like it.
I don't like it either.
It is what it is. But it's an 84, right? Pattinson's Batman takes place in the 90s, right? So you see, chronologically, we already got things where we want them, right?
Well, actually, I don't think it's set in the 90s. I think it's set in modern day.
Oh, well, hell.
Yeah, because in the trailer you see, it was a 90s movie when it was a Ben Affleck prequel.
Okay.
Now I think Matt Reeves is doing his own thing. In the trailer, you see a guy holding a smartphone.
Oh well, wow. Never mind. Forget everything I just said. Because I mean, it would have made sense if it was in the 90s. That way, you've already got a chronological order going on, right? And these characters already exist in the universe. Now we can bring in Superman, right? But if you're going to do Flashpoint, or if it's going to be a Flashpoint style of movie, you can have Flash end up in Earth 2, where now you have Val Zod. Oh, Val Zod's cool. Let's do that. Kind of like what Civil War did with Black Panther.
Right. Exactly.
Because Black Panther initially wasn't supposed to be in it the way he was.
Yeah,
but because of that thing with Sony and Spider-Man, they just had to do something. But he was so cool, man. Let's do a Black Panther movie now. Now you have that fan base coming to you like, yes, let's do it. Don't just throw the middle finger at us and say, you know, screw what you guys think, screw what you guys love. We're doing what we want to do, and that's going to be a Black Clark Kent.
Oh God.
And then it's going to be another thing.
What?
Because among blacks, this is colorism thing that we're still fighting to this day. It's going to be a light-skinned Clark Kent, or it's going to be a dark-skinned Clark Kent.
Yeah,
is it going to be a biracial Clark Kent? What is it going to be? See, it's so many. It's too much.
Yeah, and it's literally tokenization. Like, where the hell is my Jon Stewart movie? Like, people want that. Where's the Martian Manhunter movie? Where's the Hot Takes Tuesdays? He's always saying Vixen. I'm just saying, I would take a Vixen movie over a Black Clark Kent, because those are that's actual representation. Black people are getting sloppy seconds with a Black Clark Kent. It's not, see, Black Panther is, Black people can look at Black Panther and say, yes, that is our hero. He represents us. But when you have Black Clark Kent, it's not gonna truly be theirs because Clark Kent will always be white. He will always be from Kansas. He will always be the country boy. It's just like Warner Brothers is doing a disservice to themselves when they do this stuff. You know, Val Zod or Calvin Ellis, that's cool. That's inventive. That's new. But, you know, we're just getting sloppy seconds here. I don't know. The majority of people, I was so happy on that day when Black Superman was trending because the majority of people didn't want it.
Yeah.
That was the one day. That was the one day where Twitter was actually sane. Like I saw the comments, I saw the post, I was like, hell yes, you guys are smart. I just, you know, for the people who do accept this, I just lose respect for them because either they don't know the comics, or they're just going to accept tokenization. Because there are a lot of, you know, just people who are just going to accept this. Like, oh, it's okay for diversity. I don't have a problem with it. Clark Kent isn't supposed. I hate that argument. Clark Kent is an alien. He could be any race. Yes, that is true. But when you have a character that has been historically white and looked the way he has iconically for 70 plus years, no one is asking you to change that.
Exactly.
I mean, you have Dean Cain, who's like half Japanese or something like that, but he still represents the character. I like that. I like Dean Cain's Superman, but I'm just saying, when you radically change the iconic look of a character for what? Cheap diversity? Give me a break. It's literally offensive to the people who want representation.
Exactly. Like, I took it as like, because the hard part, the bad thing about this is, if this fails, which I believe it will fail, we won't see another Black superhero of that magnitude.
Yeah, it already, you know, unfortunately with Green Lantern 2011, that sort of scrapped chances for Jon Stewart. To be fair, we are getting that HBO Max series, but it won't have Jon Stewart. Reportedly, I did a video on this. Reportedly, the Hal Jordan, Jon Stewart, buddy cop lethal weapon style movie is still happening. I would freaking watch the hell out of that movie.
Yeah, but for me, that's like an Iron Man War Machine type of thing, right? What I mean by like Black heroes of that magnitude, let us be the guy or the woman of that film, like a Black Panther, who was the person of that film, right? I love the buddy cop idea, but it's like you're doing Our Man. You have all these Black heroes, but you're doing Our Man. You're doing Zatanna.
And they're doing like Black Hawk, which is like
what the freak?
Exactly.
You have Icon. Icon would have been dope to make a movie out of, right? You could have had. I mean, you could have done an Icon versus Superman film, right? Because they did fight in one of the comics, and Superman was like, "Dude, I felt that punch." Like, really, like that would have been. And you could have had Ta-Nehisi Coates, right, in the Icon film, because it's in his realm of books that he writes, where you can do the social justice, you can do all that stuff that we're assuming we'll see in the Black Clark Kent Superman film. Right. Oh my God, it's just, and I try to fight for DC as much as I can. They let me down.
Yeah,
they constantly let me down.
You know, I love Marvel and DC, but I've always been a little bit more of a DC guy, and then when I see this happen, it's like, man, it is a shame to be a freaking DC fan. They're doing this to my characters? Oh my God.
But on the flip side, we have a Hawkman who's going to be Black, right? We have a Supergirl who's Colombian, right? And we're not really saying anything bad about that. But at the same token, they're not the icons that Clark Kent is.
Right, exactly.
And I don't know, man.
If there was any movie, that I'm not gonna see, it's Black Superman, this Black Clark Kent.
Yeah, the only movie I'm going to pay in theaters to see is probably Batman and Black Adam.
Yeah, I get you. Oh yeah, do you want to talk about Black Adam after this?
Sure, yeah, we can do it.
Yeah, but let me just finish my thought because Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson posted a couple of cool images. They don't reveal the suit, but they're pretty cool.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah, man. Wow. oh man, it
A
just
triggering conversation right there.
oh man, but it's nice to have a sane person on my channel. It really is. Like you're just cool and down to earth, and you get what's going on. And man, yeah, Black Superman.
I don't get it.
They're just freaking missing the boat. Michael B. Jordan, who I have massive respect for.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like Michael B. Jordan as an actor?
Oh, I love him. Yeah.
I love Michael B. Jordan. Okay, he's one of my favorite actors working today. What I love about him so much is that he legitimately cares about source material and he respects the fans, because when someone asked him about like Black Clark Kent, he didn't want to involve himself with that. He wanted to do Val Zod or Calvin Ellis. He said he didn't say this, but clearly the message he was putting out is that I respect the fans. I know the fans love Clark Kent the way he is. If I were to play a Black Superman, I would be playing not Clark Kent. I would want to do my own thing.
Yeah,
I respect the hell out of Michael B. Jordan, dude.
Dude, he doesn't even want to touch this.
Exactly. He doesn't want to touch this. Oh man. I mean,
you're not about to ruin my career.
He would be a great Val Zod or Calvin Ellis.
Yes. I'm not a fan of Calvin Ellis,
man.
really. He's dope, but I'm just not I love Val Zod a lot more, especially that suit. Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. I was just about to say, I think the Val Zod suit looks way cooler.
Yeah. Even though I do like the Calvin Ellis, the iteration where he has that big, huge S kind of shield type of thing over, so that's cool.
That is pretty cool.
To me, those are Clark Kent's colors. Those colors belong to him.
Right.
Val Zod has his own thing. Oh man, I love the color scheme. Man,
they're just wasting opportunity here. If anything, they should be looking at Into the Spider-Verse. How they made Miles Morales this likable character that could stand toe-to-toe with Peter Parker, that people actually love. Some may love him even more than Peter Parker. They didn't make Peter Parker black. They said, you know what? We have Peter Parker. We're going to respect him, but we're also going to do our own thing with Miles Morales.
Yes.
And that movie is amazing. I absolutely adore that movie.
And he has his own set of special abilities for himself, right?
Yeah,
and you know what else happened? Now you have a Miles Morales game now, right?
Yeah.
Now we're building some credit. Now we're building all this credit to where eventually, man, now we can probably do, I love that suit. We can probably do a live action film now. Like they're doing it the right way. They're building it up.
Yeah.
To see if people will like it or not.
Yeah, it's a missed opportunity. Michael B. Jordan pitched not a Black Clark Kent story to Warner Brothers, and it didn't happen for whatever reason. I just think that if anything, DC needs to look at Miles Morales, because there's proven success there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
and on top of that, let's say you want to do the evil Superman kind of trope, right?
Right.
Flash goes into the thing he goes in. Oh my god, can't even think.
Speed Force?
I got so heated about that. I can't even think. But he goes to the Speed Force. Let him end up on Earth 2, where he has Val Zod there, right? Kind of like, have you seen the Wonder Woman, that JSA animated thing that they did?
Justice, the new one?
Yeah.
I have not. I've been wanting to see it.
Watch it. Once you see it's like, that's what the freak they need to do. That's how they need to do it, right? Don't like as in the before. I'm okay with race swapping if they're minor characters that don't really matter.
That's exactly where I am at.
Right. But those big iconic people, I know they did a lot of characters white back in the day. We can't do anything about that, right? But we can create new iterations of characters and do what we want with them.
Yeah, man.
Like they did Val Zod, like they did Calvin Ellis.
I don't know what Warner Brothers is doing.
Dude, if they mess around, Icon's gonna be the thing everybody's gonna be wanting to look at.
Yeah, you know what? To be fair, I'm actually kind of looking forward to seeing Static Shock.
Yeah, and I wonder, because I was telling you earlier about Will Smith is trying to pull strings to get Jaden Smith into the DCEU.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if that's because he's been like one of the fan favorites to play Static Shock for a while.
Mm-hmm.
He's athletic. He's pretty built for his size. He'll be good.
I could see another popular fan cast has been the kid from Stranger Things.
Oh yes, I didn't think about him. Yes,
I think he'd be cool. I like this Static character, and you know, hopefully they do that movie right.
Yeah. Now, question: I'm curious. Are they gonna have black lightning in there? Lightning in there somewhere?
Black lightning.
Because they're like kind of together in a way in some comics. Because they're canceling the Black Lightning series anyway.
Yeah.
So I wonder. This is DC. You can do so much, but they don't do anything.
They have so many characters, and it's just all messy.
Dude, like I'm more excited for season 2 of Stargirl.
I have not seen Stargirl.
Stargirl is actually pretty good. It's pretty good. It's CW, so you know what you're getting. But you know, it kind of reminds me of Smallville, but not cheesy in the sense of the whole Lana and Clark Kent thing that they drug out for I don't know God knows how long.
Yeah, yeah.
Because you have Our Man in there, right? You have Stargirl. You have Owlman, I think his name's it's the heroes of old, right? And it's amazing. So that's why I'm just lost when Black Adam has Hawkman in his film, and you have the animated Long Halloween, but you have Robert Pattinson's Batman is based off the Long Halloween. It's too much. It's just too much. Keep it simple.
Yeah, man. Oh man, I love DC so much.
Yeah. And I try to fight Ashley the Widow all the time with it, but she beats me every time because I got no comeback. But to say MCU sucks, that's all I can come back with. Because I mean, and I'm lying because the MCU has done a great job with the product they've come up with. But the DCEU is, to me, is hands down better. They have the better characters, they have the better arcs, they have the better stories, man. They have the better events. You know what I mean?
Definitely a hot take.
Yes, I think they have the better events. Dude, freaking Kingdom Come.
Yeah, I'm more
beats
of a DC
out
guy.
anything MCU has as far as arcs.
Yeah, the MCU is just how they were able to pull off that interconnected universe is just sometimes I think about it starting with Iron Man, just like wow. And DC trying to do it is just it's failing. It's a mess. It really is a mess. It's insane.
And what makes it worse, Iron Man is like a B, C grade hero.
And they made him a household name.
Exactly. You can't even get Superman right. Oh my God.
I mean, Guardians of the Galaxy, who no one knew before the MCU. That movie grossed more than Batman versus Superman.
Dude, Ant-Man was more enjoyable than Batman versus Superman. I cannot stand Ant-Man, right? Well, to me anyway. You know, it's oh my goodness. Even you have Captain Marvel that made $1 billion, right? I'm sure there's some cheating going on with that, but still, you know.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say we have 3 Titans in Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman, and we can't get anything out of it.
Yeah.
Even though Wonder Woman was highly successful, but Aquaman was the $1 billion film.
Yeah.
And not saying anything bad about Aquaman, but come on, when you compare him to Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman.
Yeah, man.
He's low on the totem pole when you come to those 3. He grossed $1 billion.
Yeah, I never thought Aquaman, a guy who talks to fish, would gross $1 billion. I do enjoy that movie though. I do enjoy that movie.
Yeah, I love the cinematography of it. I love the CGI of it. I love how beautiful they made Atlantis. But as a film as a whole, I went to the movies and saw it day one. I fell asleep through it.
Oh, no.
I fell asleep. It was like, ugh. Then I finally, it took me about 5-6 tries to actually see the whole thing. But it's like the guy that plays Ocean Master or whatever, the best actor in the whole film.
Patrick Wilson, yeah.
Yes.
Really like him as an actor.
He would be a dope Batman if they did a Batman, if they ever cast him.
I could kind of see it. I could kind of see it. What's your favorite DCEU movie?
Ooh. probably be. Now, does it have to be in the DCEU, or can it be some property of DC that isn't of this DCEU?
Well, first do strictly DCEU and then give me your others.
Okay. So I will probably say The Dark Knight.
Mm-hmm.
Probably my favorite DCEU film. Is V for Vendetta a DC property?
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite DC property film.
Yeah, that's an underrated movie.
Yeah. And because we got Batman Begins, we were able to get a V for Vendetta.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We were able to get these kind of not so much R-rated, but close to R-rated comic book films where it wasn't cheesy. It wasn't goofy. It wasn't cartoony. It was in your face, grounded, and realistic.
Yeah, DC did their best when they had solo movies, no cinematic universes.
Yeah, and to me, that's the difference between the MCU and the DCEU, is that the DC characters can stand on their own.
Right.
As far as the MCU, they kind of have to be these buddy cop kind of group films to actually be really good. Although, like you said, Iron Man was a great film. I actually made me like Iron Man.
Yeah, man.
Incredible Hulk or Edward Norton. People don't like it, but I loved it.
Dude, I made a video on why it's underrated.
Yeah.
I am in the minority.
I love that movie.
Yeah, I love it too. I am not afraid to say it. I think it's definitely I don't think it's in my top 5. I think it's my 6th favorite MCU movie though.
Yeah. And then you look at it, kind of goes back to what I said earlier. When Disney touches things, do they mess things up?
Yeah. I loved how dark and sort of creepy the Incredible Hulk got. It was unlike anything we've seen in the MCU.
Do you see the lightning strikes going on? He's sitting there screaming and roaring at the lightning strikes. So like, oh my God, I love
Abomination used to freak the hell out of me, man.
Yes.
They're bringing him back in She-Hulk. Watch Disney make him turn into a joke or something.
Dude,
boy.
It's like, when they say when the money comes in, you kind of change who you are, right? Yeah. And so at the MCU, I'm seeing it kind of changing, and just because they know they can make money just throwing things out there.
Yeah.
So it's like they're just saturating the market with this stupidity, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, and I was looking at the phase of Marvel MCU phase.
Mm-hmm.
There's really nothing. The only, I'm not going to use Fantastic Four because we don't know anything about it yet.
Yeah.
Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness. I'm excited about that.
Yes, for obvious reasons, right?
Yeah. The Spider-Man thing. I'm
only
excited.
there for Toby.
Exactly. Like Toby and Andrew. If that's the only reason why I want to see it.
Yes, exactly.
Because I'm curious about how they're going to do it, because Into the Spider-Verse with the Miles Morales story did it great.
It did.
They did a great job of doing the multiverse thing, right? So I'm curious about what Disney's going to do. Other than the Eternals, I'm intrigued about it because it's supposed to introducing mutants into the world.
Mutants, huh? I'm not that interested in even Eternals. I mean, the cinematography and the special effects are probably going to be great, but I just nothing that I've seen has made me say, I want to see this movie. The beauty of, because I remember when I saw Iron Man for the first time in theaters, it was amazing. I remember when I saw the Avengers in theaters, dude. I love the MCU, and when the Avengers first teamed up, it was great. It was something special. Now, when heroes team up, it doesn't give me that giddy feeling. I miss that feeling. And in my opinion, Endgame ended the MCU for me. That doesn't mean I'm not going to see any other future MCU movies or projects, because I've seen Falcon and the Winter Soldier, really liked it. Seen WandaVision, I love it. It's just the beauty of it is now, I was so connected to the cinematic universe. I was along for the ride, and then Endgame was just such a beautiful ending for these OG characters. Now I get to decide what I want to see and what I don't want to see. I don't have that obligation anymore. Was like, I have to see this, because I was invested in the MCU up until Endgame. And then when that ended, I was like, wow, what a beautiful ending. Now I'm going to pick and choose what I want to see because I'm not as invested in the MCU. I love the MCU. It's just that I'm so happy that I feel like I don't have to see every single movie.
Yeah.
You know, I get to pick and choose. And yeah, Spider-Man No Way Home. I'm there for the Tobes. That's my man right there. Tom Who, you know.
Yeah.
And Andrew. Of course, I'm there for Andrew. Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. I'm very excited for that. We got my boy freaking Sam Raimi directing that.
Yes.
I could not be more freaking excited for that movie. Then we have I'm gonna say Blade. What are your thoughts on Blade?
It has to be rated R. Like it just because I mean Wesley Snipes he's probably the one guy with Blade when he first came out with Blade that actually darkened superhero. Even though he's kind of like he's not a superhero in a sense, he's kind of a I won't call him an anti-hero either. He's just there, right?
Yeah.
But he's so just gritty and just dark and just I mean, you're fighting vampires. Of course, you have to be dark, right? It has to be bloody. It has to be decapitations going on, right? I want to hear that profanity going on. And Disney, I don't know. Like I said, Disney's touching things that I adore because of the darkness, because of the grittiness. And we see how they kind of throw in some rainbows and jokes. And even in Blade 1, it was kind of his jokes, but they were funny.
Yeah.
Like in the very beginning of it, when the cops are shooting at him, he's like, "Motherfucker, what you?" I mean, that was hilarious.
Are you out of your damn mind?
That
was great.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, I mean, it was funny. But what the MCU does is, and I make this analogy a lot. There'll be a funeral. Well, I guess you won't see him in the morning. What the freak? Like that's what they do. Right. That's what they do, and it's like, oh my goodness. Now, if you love it, you love it. I have no quarrel with you, but we look at the properties of Iron Man. And to me, I know I'm kind of rambling a little bit.
No, it's Batman fascinating. Go on.
Batman Begins started the whole setting up for something special with the sequels, right? Because at the end of Batman Begins, you have the Joker card, right? And going and saying he has his calling card and you see Joker. Oh, yes, we're getting Joker now, right? You see that universe building, right? Then you see, well, it wasn't really MCU then, but I think Paramount did Iron Man 1. Yes. Where at the very end, you see Nick Fury come in and say, "Oh, you think you're the only superhero around?"
That was awesome.
I'm talking about the Avengers Initiative, right? Then you see an Incredible Hulk with Tony Stark coming in saying, "I want to talk to you about a team or joining a team or something like that," right? Then you see the Incredible, you see the Avengers, you know it's coming, right?
Yeah.
But then Disney touches it. And it gets kind of cheesy at times, it gets kind of jokey at times. And even Thor had his jokes in it, like, "You're a computer web, so no match for the mighty." And then he started snoring because they inject him with the thing, right? Yeah. It was funny, but it was like, come on.
Yeah, it's weird because I complain about the MCU being jokey too much, and yet Thor Ragnarok is my second favorite MCU film of all time.
I completely agree.
I don't know what's up with me. Like, I could be seen as hypocritical. It has to be, like with Taika Waititi, you know what you're getting. I think that is what the issue is. With a Thor Ragnarok movie that's colorful and fun, and you have a comedic guy directing it, you expect comedy. But when you have Avengers Endgame with half of the universe dead, and you have Tony Stark, who I love, but he says, "I seriously thought you were a Build-A-Bear in that moment." Like, it just kills the intensity. Yes. It kills the seriousness. I think it's all about expectation. You know, I love Thor Ragnarok. I cannot wait for Thor Love and Thunder.
I'm intrigued by it. I'll put it that way. I don't know. I think Natalie Portman is the one that's the one to watch out for. How is she going to handle being a Thor-like character?
Yeah,
that we're assuming she's going to be.
Yeah, but there was Taika Waititi is a great director. Like Jojo Rabbit, it's a comedic movie, funny as hell.
Yes,
but it's when, spoiler alert, the mother gets hung, and the child is just hugging his mom's feet. I damn near cried. I'm like tearing up right now because that scene was just so sad. It was so sad. And with Thor: Love and Thunder, I think, yes, there are going to be jokes, but there's going to be a little bit of an emotional aspect to it, because this is a while ago. This is when I first started my channel, dude. I covered Natalie Portman talking about her role in Love and Thunder. She's obviously based off of the Mighty Thor. She's going to have cancer in this movie.
Oh, wow.
And every time she decides to do the right thing and turns into Thor to save people, her cancer gets aggravated and she dies a little more.
Wow.
That is freaking profound. And I have a feeling that Natalie Portman is going to die at the end of Love and Thunder, and Thor and Jane are going to have this just emotional moment going back from the first 2011 movie. I'm excited to see, the emotion and the comedy. I think there's going to be something special there. Christian Bale as Gore the God Butcher, that's interesting.
Yeah, and then you have Thor, who's already lost damn near everything already.
Yeah.
Now you're losing someone that you love, another person that you love.
Yeah, man. Wow. Yeah.
Now, if he goes in a fat Thor after that again, I'm done.
Have you seen the set photos for Thor: Love and Thunder?
Yes, I saw a couple of them. Yeah.
Okay. He's not fat anymore, so that's good. Right?
Yeah, that's good. But I'm just saying, when she dies, and he goes back into fat Thor again, I'm done.
No, please.
If he does that, I am done.
Please, no.
Right? But for me, after Age of Ultron, that's threw all the comic knowledge I had, just threw it out the window. Even though I liked Age of Ultron, I knew, okay, they're doing what they want to do with these characters. They're creating their own stories. They're creating their own universe. They may be paying homage to certain things in the comics books, but they're kind of going away from doing their own thing. So I had an open mind after Age of Ultron. And so when Ragnarok came out, like, okay, I actually kind of like this. Yeah. It's entertaining. It's funny. It has its jokes. Like, especially at the very end when Thor is telling, say, Hulk, you fool. He goes, big monster. That was funny. That was funny to me.
Yeah, man. Thor Ragnarok is one of those MCU movies that made me feel, like an OG fan when we were going back to. It just made me feel that sort of excitement and happiness that I haven't felt in a while. When I watch Captain Marvel, I literally feel nothing.
Yeah.
That movie, like there is no, in my opinion, there's no outright awful MCU movie. There's no outright bad one, but the weakest one and the most cringy one is Captain Marvel. Yeah.
Then how they did Nick Fury in Captain Marvel, right? When he has an eye patch and you're expecting something like really very like hardcore, but why he is lying is a cat scratch. What? It kind of reminded me of the movie Southpaw. I don't know if you've seen it when they were
Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yeah, and they were in the bar, and he's like, "What's up with the eye?" You're thinking like something bad, and it's like,
exactly.
Well, that like they gave me the wrong eye. What? Yeah. Like I'm expecting something. You give me that, even though it's funny, but still,
it all goes back to expectation. And will the Marvels cross $1 billion again? I'm gonna go ahead and say no.
I don't see any of these films making. Well, maybe Spider-Man if it lives up to what we think.
Yeah, because with the Marvels, I think a major reason why Captain Marvel made $1 billion at the box office is because Marvel said, "Oh, you got to see this to get Avengers Endgame." Lies, lie. Yep. Oh man, it's not a terrible movie. It's just a average and bland one.
Yeah.
It is so by the numbers, and it didn't do anything new or inventive besides maybe the Skrull plot. The one thing I actually like out of that movie is Ben Mendelsohn.
Okay.
I like him as a Skrull, and Secret Invasion should be fun. A fun show.
Should be.
Yeah. We will see, my friend. We will see.
Like the only thing of this thing I'm really excited, really excited about is Shang-Chi or Shang-Chi.
Oh man, dude.
Because I'm a huge martial arts fan. I love martial arts films.
Yes, man.
Now the Aquafina character kind of like annoys me, but she's always annoying and everything. But yeah, I can't wait for that.
Yeah, you know, when the film was just announced and we had nothing except the cast, I was excited. I was looking forward to it because I love martial arts. I mean, Bruce Lee. This is Marvel's Bruce Lee.
Yeah,
like he literally from the comics. This is Bruce Lee. And I'm you know Simu Liu, who I like in Kim's Convenience. He's hyping this movie up, and he's like this movie is gonna have like the best MCU action scenes you've ever seen. And I'm not doubting it because you know what? With martial arts, I want to see more of that hand-to-hand combat.
Yeah.
And with Blade, I love Wesley Snipes' Blade. I think Mahershala Ali is good casting. I don't think he'll top Wesley Snipes. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, like, look, Wesley Snipes that's a hard act to follow.
Yeah.
Extremely hard. Now, Mahershala Ali is an outstanding actor. He looks like he could be a Blade.
Yes,
character.
Exactly.
But man, because he's going to be compared to Wesley Snipes.
Yeah, no matter what.
No matter what. And with DC's track record of not going dark enough for when they need to, I just don't know. I think he's going to be judged harshly because of Disney not going as dark as they need to go.
Yeah. I'll give Disney props, though, with that Falcon and the Winter Soldier when U.S. Agent was bashing that dude's brains.
Yeah, I was shocked how dark that went.
That shocked the hell out of me. I said in my review, I thought that Disney would never go there. It went there.
Yeah.
I wish they showed a little more of it, like the impact of like blood coming out of his face. You don't have to show his like face cracking open like the boy style. I want, you know, a little more, you know, a little more grittiness, a little more darkness, because, you know, with Blade, I'm genuinely looking forward to seeing Blade just because I like the character. And you know, the writer worries me because she wrote that trash Watchmen HBO series.
You thought it was trash?
Did you like it?
I liked it. Well, it was a slow burn. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
Like it started out kind of like, I don't know where you're going. But when you got to the middle, towards the end, it was like, oh, hell yes.
Yeah.
You're doing something.
Yeah. I'm not going to come here and say, oh, you shouldn't like it or, you know, to me, I did not like it. You know, when you have shows like Daredevil, which is like the best superhero show ever, in my opinion. Do you agree with that?
I'm trying to think of a superhero show better.
Daredevil is pretty damn great, dude.
Punisher was pretty good.
Yeah, I can give you that.
I got Daredevil above that, though. You're right, bro. You might be right. I can't think of one.
I've come to terms with that. I'm like, yeah, Daredevil is great. Watchmen hasn't touched it. Falcon and the Winter Soldier and WandaVision haven't touched it. Titans hasn't touched it. Like Daredevil, I think is peak superhero, you know, show. I think it's so great. And yeah, you know, I personally didn't like the Watchmen show. I didn't like the writing. And what worries me about Blade is the writer. I don't want a Watchmen, you know, esque Blade movie. I want it to be, you know, well written. Yeah, it comes down to the writer, and I don't know if I'm looking forward to seeing Mahershala Ali. You know, I really want this to be rated R, but it seems like Disney is not going to go down that route. You know, I wish it was rated R. I'm open to it being PG-13. I guess you can get around it with it being PG-13 with like cutting off the vampire's arm. It doesn't have to be bloody and gory. It could be like the Del Toro Blade 2. It could just like fizzle and fire or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, and
or his blade could be made of a certain metal that when he cuts it, it kind of burns.
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, you know, what I love about Wesley Snipes is, you know, he uses that vulgarity like that to a point. That vulgarity sort of defines who the character is, how he acts, how he presents himself. How is Disney going to do that? They have yet to drop an F-bomb in an MCU film.
Yeah.
They can have him saying the S-bomb, or, you know, just that lighter stuff. I want them to capture the essence of Blade, because if not, they're not going to even top Wesley Snipes.
No, man. And I wonder if there's a situation like we saw in Blade where he had to like dive into a pool of blood.
Right.
Are we gonna see that with Mahershala Ali's Blade?
Yeah.
Because I mean, he dives in and he rises up slowly, and that techno kind of beat, and like, dude, that was fire.
Yeah, for sure, man. And you know, because you have these actors in the MCU who are going to be portraying these you know, these heroes for 10 years, something like that. Mahershala Ali is like 45, something like that. How long is he going to be playing Blade?
So that makes me wonder if they're actually have long-term plans for him, or for the Blade character in general.
Yeah, I want to see Blade in the MCU, because I mean, Robert Downey Jr., you know, he's 50 now. He ended his you know, whole MCU reign when he was in his 50s. Mahershala Ali is just starting in his late 40s. How long is he going to stick around? I want to see Blade, you know, I just want to see Blade around.
You know what? I got a feeling, because of what Disney does, they're going to kill off Blade some type of way and have a young lady take the mantle.
Oh, man, as you were
I guarantee it's going to happen.
Yeah, dude, as you said that, I just thought of the rumor that coming from Murphy's Multiverse, which they're somewhat reliable, 50-50, of course, scoopers, but they said that Blade's daughter will be in the film.
There you go.
What does that say? JT?
There you go. Blade's going to be killed off some type of way. Something's going to happen. Or because a lot of times in the Blade first trilogy, it was trying to come up with some serum that could make him more human.
Yeah.
Maybe they come up with something and they can't do it for his daughter. And, well, who's the baby mother?
Yeah.
What in the world?
Yeah.
I just thought about that for a second.
Yeah, Marvel has a lot of explaining to do. Have like vampires existed since the beginning? Like how, like, you know, they always have to expand now in this universe.
Yeah. And a major problem with the MCU, especially when they do these solo films after Avengers, all these things are going on. Where are the other Avengers?
Yeah, exactly. Iron Man 3. Iron Man 3. I actually like Iron Man 3. But
it's okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's underrated. But like throughout that entire movie, I'm like, where are the Avengers? The Avengers could, like, it's hard doing it after the Avengers movie. Because like, where are they? You know, that's the problem with the cinematic universe. Like, how do they explain just a solo character in his own movie?
Exactly.
And so yeah, I'm looking forward to Blade just because I love the character. I love hand-to-hand combat. Cautiously optimistic. I wish it was rated R, but you know, I think they could maybe pull it off PG-13. We will see. Shang-Chi, I think is going to be badass.
That might be the best one we get out of this, as far besides Doctor Strange. And if Thor: Love and Thunder is the way you described it, I'm having more hope for it now.
Yeah. And then I guess, oh boy, well,
it's not much to talk about with this phase.
yeah, but I think Fantastic Four. I'm legit excited for Fantastic Four.
I think it's all going to depend on the casting. Who's going to be Doctor Doom?
Who's going to be Doctor Doom?
Yeah, who's going to be cast as Doctor Doom? I think because we've already had the fan favorites for Reed Richards and Sue Richards. Sue Storm, yeah. What the? Sue Storm, yeah. God. So, like I said, who are they going to cast for this? Right? If the casting's on point. Because I would give to MCU, they do have great castings for their roles. I have to give them that.
Yeah.
And so, is the casting going to be on point, right? And who's the one guy that's the favorite for Reed Richards?
John Krasinski.
John Krasinski.
Who Pickle doesn't like.
The reason why I'm John can never say his name right. John Krasinski. There you go.
There you go.
Krasinski and his wife. The reason why I think they're just doing a lot of talking right now.
Mm-hmm.
One of the biggest streams from the Disney Plus is Hamilton.
Mm.
If you go on YouTube, you'll see they do a lot of like casting interviews, stuff like that. John and his wife both led these interviews a lot of times.
Really?
I see a connection coming. I see a connection.
I actually think this is a good segue into well, first let me talk about John Krasinski. I am 100% on board for it. I've already fan casted the Fantastic Four. Pickle doesn't like the casting. I love the casting. I would love to see John Krasinski portray Reed Richards. I think getting someone like him will put a lot of asses in seats because that's a popular fan cast. Then you have Sue Storm, and do you know about like the viral interview with Emily Blunt?
Yeah, I think it's a smokescreen.
Yeah,
they're actors. People forget that. So when they talk, they're actors, so they can fool you any type of way they want.
Yeah, there's a good segue into it. Did you only see the 4 seconds?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. In context, those 4 seconds, because in those 4 seconds, it makes it seem like, oh, she's pissed that she keeps on getting asked these questions. Dude, context is everything. It literally, what she said changes the entire ball game. Let me pull this up because because my friend sent me that 4 second clip. I was like, wow, she's kind of pissy. She's dismissive, but in the interview, she is nothing but kind, sweet. You know, let me pull this up. So because this went viral. So I wonder if I can play the actual clip. So there was a 4 second clip that makes it seem like she's losing her cool. Yes, dude, it makes it seems like she's losing her cool. But let me see if I can play this because this was like, wow, okay, that changes everything. Let's see if it loads. Let me see if I can share my screen. Twitter, okay. Okay, here it is.
Really? Oh, okay. So I'm with comicbook.com. I have to ask you nerdy questions. Okay, go on. Sorry in advance. No, I like nerdy questions. Fantastic Four. Are you prepared? I know. I've done 3 interviews and everyone's awesome. Are you prepared for the internet backlash? You guys don't get past. Well, I don't know. You're gonna have to speak to Mikey about it, right? I will. I'll call him. Yeah. I have heard. Yeah. I'm going to. No, fan casting for other concepts. I don't see it. Really? Oh.
So tell me, JG, does that change everything?
Yes, it does.
It does. She
like
is not. Yeah, she is not pissy. She is nothing but sweet and just, man, these people. And let us not forget that this interview that you just saw happened a year ago.
I always say money talks.
So things could change.
Yeah.
That was a year ago. Keep in mind, John Krasinski seems like he wants to, you know, he seems to listen to the fans. He keeps on like during his good news show on YouTube, he hinted towards that Mr. Fantastic role.
Mm-hmm.
Always in interviews, he's like, I would love to play Mr. Fantastic. I really hope Marvel goes ahead and snatches him up.
Yeah, the only other guy I can see playing it, or that I would like to play him, is Brandon Routh.
Yeah, you said that, and
yeah, I can see Brandon Routh being Reed Richards. Maybe Drew Powell being Ben Grimm. That would be a nice one.
Who?
Drew Powell.
Oh.
He looks like a Ben Grimm just looking at him.
Yeah, I said Joel Edgerton.
Yeah, he'll be.
That's also Pickle's choice.
Joel Edgerton. I can see that.
Oh man, I
can see that.
Yeah, he's such a good actor. I mean, look at Warrior, man, fantastic.
Yeah. And what about I think you said Lucas Till for Johnny Storm, didn't you? Or was that Flash?
No, that was Flash. For Human Torch, I said either Dacre Montgomery or Zac Efron.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for me, Dacre Montgomery or Lucas Till for Johnny Storm.
Yeah, I can't argue with you there. Those are good choices.
Now, Sue Storm, I can't see anybody but Emily Blunt playing it.
Facts.
Because I keep trying to think like, nah. Like, look, they're already husband and wife, so they already have that relationship, right? And they can sell it on screen. Dude, just pay them. Pay the man, pay the lady. Get the fans.
That'd be such a draw, a real life couple playing a fake couple in a movie. I mean, and they already have fantastic chemistry in A Quiet Place.
Yes.
Man, I can't wait to see that second one, man.
Oh yeah,
man,
I'm geeked for it.
Yeah, I really like John Krasinski. I love John Krasinski as an actor. I'm gonna take back my really like. I mean,
he's so underrated as an actor. Like, because people know him as Jimbo, right?
Right.
Who don't know his films or his filmography. Oh, he's Jimbo from The Office. Haha. He was great in that, right?
Yeah.
But you look at what's the Jack Ryan?
Yes.
Love him in that.
I think he checks off all of the boxes of a Reed Richard. You see him in The Office as this awkward, jokey character, which I bet you the MCU is going to do. But he can also bring this heart and emotion like you see in A Quiet Place. I think he can do it all. For this character, I think he's right for the role.
Mm-hmm.
And then
plus, I mean, he's tall. He has the right size you need.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever seen 13 Hours. He was great in that.
Yes, I have seen him in that.
Yeah, so he can do the action. If people actually have seen him in films, it shows he can do action. And you're right, The Office, he can be awkward in a way. He can be a smart ass. Yeah. You're right. He checks all the boxes.
Yeah. And my second choice would be Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
That's a very interesting choice.
Because, and partially why I put him on my list is realistically, there have been rumors that he's been in talks with Marvel Studios. Mm-hmm. And immediately when I heard that, I was like, I'm thinking Mr. Fantastic.
Because he's also a fabulous actor.
He is. I could see him as that. And then, Emily Blunt as Sue Storm. I can't
think of anybody else.
Yeah. I had a tough choice choosing Lily James in my Lily James, who's in Baby Driver. I love her in that. She is my first Hollywood crush, dude. She, Scarlett Johansson's beautiful. You got all the women. Then I saw Lily James in Baby Driver. I was struck by her beauty. I was like, did I die and go to heaven?
I mean, it's not a bad choice.
Yeah, I could see her as an Invisible Woman. Yeah, but Emily Blunt is my first choice all the way.
Yeah, Emily Blunt is the fan favorite. I can't think of anyone else.
Yeah, once the fans do it and say it, I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of literally no one else.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure if Marvel doesn't go with her and goes with a new actress, maybe. But
maybe Diana Agron, maybe.
Maybe. But Yeah, I just love the Fantastic Four. What are your thoughts on the OG movies from the 2005 and 2007?
I like the 2005 one, the 2007, because I think they oversold the Silver Surfer thing, and I was hyped because Silver Surfer is one of my favorite MCU characters.
Dude, yeah.
And the way they did Silver Surfer, and I love the voice, right?
Lawrence Fishburne.
Lawrence Fishburne, I love that. That was excellent.
Awesome.
But Galactus,
Oh boy, yeah.
That was a letdown, and it was hyped up, but it just let me down severely.
Yeah, talk about a hot take. I actually like those first two Fantastic Four movies.
Really? Because I like the first one. I'm not a fan of Jessica Alba, even though she's hot. I'm not a fan of her as Sue Storm.
Yeah, I'm not.
I do love the part when she was invisible and came back and she was in broad panties. Like, yes.
Yes. What I love, who I love in the first two is Chris Evans as Johnny Storm.
He's perfect.
He is literally perfect. I rewatched the movies the other day. What do you have against capitalism? Just his little remarks and oh, you gotta have a bachelor party, man. It's so crazy how he's perfect as Steve Rogers, but he's also perfect as Johnny Storm.
Exactly. Like he can do both. He can be that serious guy and he can be that Joker, right? Yeah. And so, the one he's looking at Ben Grimm, right, staring at him. He goes, "Where are your ears?" And I was not expecting that.
Yeah, and then he in Rise of the Silver Surfer, the comedy, he's talking about him. He's talking about the Thing and Alicia, and he's like, "How do you?" And he moves his hands around, and then the Thing is like, "What does it matter to you?" And then Johnny is like, "Well, I just think it'd be sad to find her that she died in a rock slide or whatever." Chris Evans is one of my favorite actors, and I think he's just perfect in those movies.
Yeah, I mean, the casting was great. Yeah. Even Dr. Doom, in a sense, was good. Yeah. But even Reed Richards, I mean,
I liked his Reed Richards.
I think John Krasinski can actually do a better job.
Oh,
and yeah, that's a lot. That's saying a lot because
that's easy. That's easy. But hot take. I actually do enjoy those first two. I think they're very much. I'm not saying they're better or anything. I just say they're very much like the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies in the sense that they're just so inherently goofy and wacky and ridiculous. I think Tim Story understands the source material and he just had fun with it. He's just he saw all four members and he's like, these are some silly ass characters with some silly ass powers. Let's just have some wacky fun with that. And I just love rewatching those movies because they're enjoyable, they're funny, and I think that with the MCU, they're gonna very much do the same thing that Tim Story did. They're gonna make a wacky, fun John Watts Spider-Man sort of Fantastic Four movie. I think they're gonna go down that route. So it's gonna be really funny for the people who say, when this Fantastic Four movie comes out, oh, I just love how wacky and goofy and silly it is, and then they don't even acknowledge how the 2005 movie did it first.
Yeah,
and did it it was fun. It was a good time.
Because I mean, Fantastic Four is one of those comics that I thought was very difficult to put on screen live action.
It's goofy. You can't. Yeah. Josh Trank, who did Chronicle, which is an amazing film.
Yes, love it.
He made this dark, gritty Fantastic Four movie. It didn't work because you have to realize that these characters are silly. Just have fun with it. That's what Tim Story did. That's why I like his movies. I think they're just fun. But, the MCU, they have quality film. So if anything, this movie can improve upon the previous ones by having good writing, better writing. Even though I do think the two previous films have surprisingly a lot of heart and emotion with Johnny Storm, talking about how his mom and dad would have loved to see Sue Storm on her wedding day, just those little moments.
Yeah, the one for me that gets me every time, that's why I would never see that scene again, was when Ben comes to his fiance. And she turns away from him. He's trying to pick up the ring and he can't.
Oh man, dude.
And Johnny has to pick it up for him and put it oh my God.
That's genuine heart and emotion. That's why I think these movies are like underrated in the sense that they don't get acknowledged enough.
Mm-hmm.
Like for what they did, like I'm not saying they made the perfect Fantastic Four movie or even a great Fantastic Four movie. I just think that it was fun and the director understood the silliness of these characters.
Yeah.
He just went for it, you know?
And you have to have that banter with Johnny Storm and Ben Grimm. You have to have it.
Yes, you
and
have
Sue
to.
Storm is like the mother of the group, right? You have to have her be that mom.
Yeah.
And you have to have Reed Richards be that smart ass, right? But that's so intelligent that you really can't fight him because he's so smart. You know what I mean? Then you have to have Doctor Doom. If they screw up Doctor Doom, the whole thing fails.
Yeah, exactly. And he's rumored to be in Black Panther Wakanda Forever. That should be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
They might have already casted him in secret. I really wonder who they cast. I would love to see Michael Fassbender in that role. It probably won't happen because of Magneto, but man, please, Marvel, please. Like, you know, Marvel took a risk. They took a risk casting Chris Evans as Captain America because he was Human Torch, but it worked.
Yeah.
And I think if they do that with Michael Fassbender, because with Michael Fassbender, technically he was the younger Ian McKellen.
Yeah.
With Doctor Doom, this could truly be his own character. He doesn't have to base it off anything. He could just do what he wants to do and not follow in the footsteps of anybody else. He could truly be like the best Doctor Doom.
Yeah, I mean, you look at everything he's in, right? Because Doctor Doom is this powerful guy, but he also has this maniac brain, right? If you've seen 12 Years a Slave when he's just going off, going crazy, and we see him at 300, he is dope.
Yeah. Michael Fassbender is so good.
He's a perfect choice for Doctor Doom. And like I said, they have to get that casting right.
Yeah. They
you could probably mess up Ben Grimm. You can Johnny Storm. I mean, as long as he's funny.
Yeah.
In a way, you can probably get away with that one. Sue and Reed, you have to cast them right. You have to get John and Emily for that. But Doctor Doom, that's the guy you cannot screw up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And, you know, I think Marvel does listen to the fans, unlike DC, who make, you know, Black Superman stories. Because, I mean, you have Kate Bishop. Haley Steinfeld was a popular fan cast. Now she's actually Kate Bishop. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I really hope, you know, Krasinski gets the role. You know, I'd like to think he's the number one choice because he's vocally said he wants to do this. Feige has probably had talks with him. I really hope they cast, you know, Krasinski.
Yeah, and if they don't cast Fassbender as Doctor Doom, please go after John Hamm or Cillian Murphy or somebody like that. Somebody that can carry, because you need somebody to go toe to toe with Reed Richards.
Yeah, you really do.
I mean, as far as dialogue, everything, he has to be able to go toe to toe.
Yeah. And you know, so yeah, on the level of that, I'm excited for the Fantastic Four movie because I love the characters. And I'm just excited to see a new Fantastic Four movie, you know. Yeah. What I'm genuinely worried about is X-Men.
Yes.
I am worried, I am scared that it's not going to go well.
I don't think it is.
Oh man, because those Fox X-Men movies went places that the Marvel Cinematic Universe won't go. I don't think. Maybe they'll prove me wrong, but you know, I mean, those X-Men movies were very much like Wolverine movies.
Mm-hmm.
And I love Wolverine. I'm excited in the sense that we get to see like Cyclops and all these other mutants plus Wolverine. Like we get a true X-Men film. But I just grew up on those Fox X-Men movies. You know, First Class is one of my favorite comic book movies of all time. I love that film.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I love that film. And, you know, it's hard to accept that we have to move on from that era. And it's going to be rebooted. It's going to be, you know, a whole new thing. And you brought up an excellent point. I think you were on it. Nerdman stream, like the MCU should not, like it was a hot take. The MCU should not own X-Men.
Yes.
Nerdman and you made some excellent freaking points. Like, for example, like, how are they going to do the whole mutant fear thing if we already have superheroes existing in this world?
Exactly.
Like, we
that's
have
why
this,
that's why I think the Eternals is probably the most important film, because you're introducing all that, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's gonna be another universe that they're doing. Because you got Spider-Man doing the multiverse thing. They're doing. I don't know if it's the unknown that I'm worried about.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know. I'm genuinely worried about that. I don't know how it's gonna go. There are gonna be those MCU fanboys who are gonna eat anything the MCU puts out up. They're gonna just eat it up.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder who they're gonna cast as Wolverine. How are they gonna make adamantium and vibranium work? Like the mutant fear thing, how's that gonna go? It's gonna be interesting. Yeah. that's definitely it. It's gonna be interesting.
And I wonder, are the X-Men going to be have they already been around for a certain amount of time?
Yeah,
because you have the original Angel, Beast, Cyclops, Iceman, Marvel Girl, right?
Yeah.
And then Jean Grey comes right a little bit after that. She's like the newest. She's a newbie, right? And so, what the X-Men films haven't really gotten right yet is their origins. Of course, I like to say X-Men First Class. I loved it, right? It was a film. It was an X-Men movie where it showed that you could make a great popular X-Men film without Wolverine.
Yeah, exactly.
In it, right? And even though he was in it for that one scene, it was hilarious.
I loved it.
Yeah, it's like they sit down next to him, go fuck yourselves.
I love it, man.
Man, that was funny. That was hilarious. But that's all you needed, right? But then they go and they threw Wolverine back in there again, and he just steals the show, right?
He does.
I can't blame him because he is a very popular X-Men character.
Yeah.
I think Gambit's my favorite, but it is what it is.
Gambit's awesome, dude. Channing Tatum as Gambit. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I don't think they will do it though. I do have a fan pick for Gambit. Let me see if I figure out his name real quick. He was in a movie called Adulterers or something like that. And he has kind of this Cajun accent. He does it so well. Sean Ferris.
Sean Ferris.
SEANFARIS.
Sean Ferris. I'm looking up Sean Ferris and it's all these like middle-aged guys. Oh man, actor.
SEANFARIS. I think he was in Never Back Down, the first one.
Let me see. Let me go to this guy's IMDb. Is it? Let me stop sharing my screen. Is it? Share screen. Is it this guy?
Yes.
Okay.
And I say that because I don't know if you've ever seen Never Back Down.
No, I haven't seen anything with him in it, I don't think.
Yeah,
let me look at his filmography.
Yeah, he was in Never Back Down. He was in Adulterers, where he kind of had that Cajun accent, and he was perfect in that. I think Channing Tatum is probably the fan pick, the favorite one.
Yeah,
he's my favorite pick too. But as far as an actor,
there's something tells me that. Yeah, something tells me they won't do it just because Fox had plans for him to be Gambit. I think they might want to be like, nah, we're totally going away from Fox. We're doing our own thing.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know, man. I think the MCU may be getting to the point where they bite more than they can chew.
Yeah,
because now you have to explain. Yeah.
Now you have to explain all of this mythos, like the mutant fear. How is that going to work? I don't know. I just, I'm going to see it because I just love Marvel and DC. I just want to see it done right. I'm just skeptical. You know? But, the theme of this live stream has been hope for the best.
That is Facts. True facts.
Yeah, I just hope it goes well. I'm gonna miss. Do you think anyone will top Hugh Jackman as Wolverine?
Ooh.
Because in my mind, Hugh, like with Wesley Snipes, Mahershala Ali is really good. I just see Wesley Snipes' Blade.
Yeah.
When you have Hugh Jackman, who's been playing the character for damn near 20 years, it's going to be hard. Like, naturally, we're going to compare him to Hugh Jackman. Like, I don't think the MCU Wolverine will ever not get compared to Hugh Jackman. I just think, Hugh Jackman will always be my Wolverine.
Yeah. You're right. Like we mentioned earlier with Batman, Michael Keaton was the Batman for a while.
Right.
And every Batman after movie made after that was compared to Michael Keaton's Batman because he was the one that people for the most part grew up watching. Right. And even the Batman voice, Kevin Conroy, who can outdo him? We've heard his voice for so long. They're hard acts to follow.
Yeah.
Now with Hugh Jackman, Logan was the Wolverine that I wanted to see.
Oh,
in
yeah,
the X-Men films, right?
Oh, yeah.
So for someone to come in and make you forget about Hugh Jackman,
try to forget. The MCU is never going to make me forget.
Yeah, it's going to have to be somebody like Tom Hardy or someone who's like the fan pick.
Facts.
It has to be a fan pick.
Yeah.
For Wolverine in order to make you okay. Hugh Jackman was great, but yeah, I can go with this guy, right?
Yeah.
And we're not going to see Tom Hardy Wolverine because he's doing the Venom thing.
Yeah.
And I did have I think y'all got to laugh at me a little bit with this one, but God, his name escapes me. We were just talking about him. The guy that's playing Alfred in Pattinson's Batman.
Yeah, Andy Serkis.
He's the right size. He's the right height. I promise you, if you put his face on that, if you face swap him, that's Wolverine right there.
Yeah, I honestly could see it.
It won't happen, but
it won't happen. I can see it. I don't know if that's the go-to guy though. Like Pickle says, Carl Urban, damn near looks like Wolverine. I just don't.
He's just too tall.
Yes, he's too tall, and he's played Scourge. And I just think that Carl Urban would do exactly what Hugh Jackman did.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Dacre Montgomery is going to top Hugh Jackman. But getting someone like Milo Gibson, who's Mel Gibson's son, Scott Eastwood.
Scott Eastwood looks like a Wolverine.
Getting people like
walk up.
Yeah, I feel like those people could do something different from Hugh Jackman, whereas Carl Urban and Andy Serkis sort of give me that Hugh Jackman vibe.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, that's just me, but yeah, man, wow.
Yeah, he's a very difficult act to follow.
Yeah, I'm always open. When I say no one's gonna top, when no one's gonna top Hugh Jackman, I'm not saying that automatically whoever they cast, I'm not open to it. Because I want to see Milo Gibson and Scott Eastwood. Hugh Jackman is such a great actor, even outside of Wolverine. The dude is amazing.
Yes.
And I just fans will not be able to unsee Hugh Jackman. I think he will always be the Wolverine, end of story.
Yeah. It's almost like,
Yeah, go ahead.
We're still trying to find someone who's going to replace Christopher Reeve as the favorite Superman.
Right.
Right. You know what I mean?
Henry Cavill is great, but Christopher Reeve will always be the definitive Superman.
But you know what? After seeing Superman and Lois, I'm curious about how Tyler Hoechlin, whatever I pronounce his name. Hoechlin. He was in the running for Man of Steel.
I heard about
him and Cavill were both in the running for it. So I'm very curious because Tyler Hoechlin's Clark Kent is great in Superman and Lois. Dude. He is Clark Kent.
Yeah. I hate the Arrowverse, pretty much everything to do with it. So I was hesitant to watch Superman and Lois. So I said, you know what? I'm hearing good things. I'll give it a shot. And I didn't even like Tyler Hoechlin's Superman in Elseworlds or Crisis. Yeah. He didn't look like Superman to me. Then when I watched his own solo show,
Yeah.
I said, this guy is an awesome Clark Kent.
Yes.
This guy is an awesome Superman. He is my third favorite Superman of all time. I just think, I went from not liking him to actually enjoying his take on Superman.
Yes.
I mean, he is so good as Superman.
Yes.
Like, I buy him as Superman. And
he gives me Dean Cain vibes as far as his look.
Facts, man, dude.
Because he doesn't look like that.
The suit is perfection, right?
And it's like, okay, he takes it off, man, he's smaller, right? And puts the suit on, he's bigger and buffer. So, wow, okay. You can see a difference between him and Superman and Clark Kent, right?
Yeah,
and
go ahead.
And I wish that we introduced that tech that was in some of the comics, where when he puts the glasses on or whatever, it kind of alters his look.
Dude, that's more realistic. Superman just putting on glasses, like the tech makes sense, like some sort of Kryptonian tech. They should do that. They should seriously do that. And
Tyler Hoechlin is great.
Yeah,
he gets his ass kicked most of the time as Superman, but still.
Yeah, and what I love about Tyler Hoechlin is that he is not a copy and paste of Christopher Reeve. He definitely is like a Christopher Reeve type, but he does his own thing. Like he's a very likable Clark Kent. He's a very likable Superman, and I am hooked on Superman and Lois every every Wednesday when I watch it on the CW app, and it's like the extended cut. I can't wait for the show because I love his Superman genuinely.
Yeah. Did you see the last episode?
What's up, Superboo 2000? Yes, I did see the last episode.
When spoiler alerts, I hope everybody's seen it. But when they shoot, he's trying to get in the way of that one guy, and they shoot him. Yeah, you see his eyes when he gets up. I believe that. When he gets in front of him, like, stand down. Like, dude,
I was like on the edge of my seat. I was like, yo, is he gonna go rogue? Like, oh man.
Yeah, because the new Lex Luthor is kind of trying to stop that from happening.
Yeah, right? Like I'm invested in the story. I just think, it's crazy how the CW could do something like this.
Exactly. Like, look, with their low budget, they made a Superman that we can all love. We can be like, yes, that's our Superman right there. A CW show.
Yeah, it's insane. It's insane. I just, I just can't wait to see more of his Superman.
Yeah.
And I just believe him as Superman. I think he crushes the role. And also, those Arrowverse shows are cheap. They look piss poor. But HBO Max actually put money into this show. So not only is it well written and and interesting, it has like a cinematic budget. It feels like sort of like a movie thing.
And you know what else? For those who complain about Snyder's universe being kind of dark toned, what are we getting out of this? It's a dark tone. You look at the cinematography, the background, is that grayscale? You have that. Yeah,
they literally take shots out of Man of Steel. The guys behind it of the show, they literally admitted, we love Man of Steel. We've taken stuff from it.
And that's the irony about it. People who complain about the Snyder stuff aren't complaining about this. It's really literally the same grayscale. It's the same thing.
Yeah, and people who don't like Henry Cavill's Superman, I love Man of Steel. It's my personal favorite DCU.
Yes, me too.
Yeah, I personally love it. It's my favorite DCU movie of all time, behind Zack Snyder's Justice League in second place. Anyway.
I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, we agree on pretty much everything, JG. I got to have you at all these streams now. You got to back me up when I'm getting attacked,
I got you, man. I got you.
No, but, what I love about his Superman is that, Henry Cavill, he's a great Superman. I'm not taking away anything from him. He's, there are times where he could be a little, not hopeful. They sort of fixed that in Zack Snyder's Justice League. They made him a little more, when he's on the field with Lois, like there's humanity to him. There's humanity in all of the movies. It's just like I feel with Tyler Hoechlin's Superman, he's the closest that has gotten to the Christopher Reeve-esque performance while doing his own thing. he's more hopeful. Like, if you don't like Snyder's vision, this is the show to go to, because not only do you get a little more mature, serious take on Superman, but you also get the Superman that a lot of fans have been wanting, that they haven't gotten from Henry Cavill, in their opinion. This is your Superman.
Yes.
So,
now, the only excuse I would have is that Tyler Hoechlin's Superman is a seasoned Superman.
Right. I think he's been Superman for like 20 years.
Yeah. As far as Henry Cavill is still kind of starting out in a way.
True. That's
why we needed a Man of Steel 2 and stuff like that before, we got to the BVS, before we got all the other stuff. Yeah. So we can see that growth, right? Yeah. And for the Zack Snyder's Justice League, we see, when he gets ready to take that first flight, well, not further, when in the suit or whatever. Yeah. You hear his dad in the background saying, "Take flight, my son."
Oh man.
Dude, that's what we should have gotten in Man of Steel, right? Because when you see Henry Cavill's Clark Kent and Superman, he's kind of hesitant in a way, right? He's kind of unsure about what he's supposed to do still. Mm-hmm. And at that moment when you hear "Take flight, my son," he says, I'm not going to take things for granted anymore. Yeah, dude. Right? We see him actually he's no longer Man of Steel, he's Superman now. Right. Right. And it's like he's wearing a black suit, but he's working on, what's the word I'm looking for? He's okay, I need to earn these colors back again. No, that's the excuse I have for it. You put it great. Why he's wearing black. Like, okay, I'm not going to take things for granted anymore. I need to earn these colors, my family's colors back. Yeah, that was great. That's the excuse I use anyway. Yeah, no, you put it great. Let me ask you something. Are you, like, DC is a mess. It is a mess. Yeah. And, I don't see how they could be fixing it with all this Elseworld multiverse thing. Mm-hmm. I am a guy who wants to see Snyder's vision fulfilled. Mm-hmm. I am for restore the Snyderverse. I'm hoping the Discovery merger could at least give us the 2 last Snyder films, because it was supposed to be a 5-movie arc. Yeah. Before Warner Brothers disgustingly threw them out in 2017. Are you open to that? I'm open if you take away the epilogue, get rid of that. See, for me, because what's messed up is they don't want anything to do with Snyder, but they're keeping his characters. They're keeping his casting for the most part. Exactly. Yeah. Right. That's kind of messed up, right? Because he got Gal Gadot. Yeah. Right. I mean, even though I do have my fan pick for Wonder Woman besides her, but and he got Jason Momoa, right? He picked Henry Cavill, right? Ben Affleck, right? And like you said, your favorite Batman, right? It's some people's favorite Superman, right? It is the Wonder Woman that we know now. Yeah. Right. Jason Momoa made Aquaman cool for those who thought he was dull. Mm-hmm. Right. And so when you look at what Snyder wanted to do with the whole, him having a kid with Lois and all that stuff. Oh, and after I keep reading it over and over again, I'm still, because there was a scene in what he was in his script or whatever where Lois tells Bruce Wayne, "Don't worry, it's not yours." Mm. So I'm wondering, was that really his? I mean, anyway, that's another thing for another day. But so if you take away the epilogue, you stop it right there, get rid of all that, because Snyder, he's a guy like, you've been to school, right? You write these essays, and his substance is great, but you got these run-on sentences, you got these punctuations, you got to like, yeah, this is great, but let's take this out. It's always the kid who goes the extra mile. Yeah, exactly. Like that's a good analogy. You're going too far, right? Let's scale it back. Let's see where you messed up. Let's kind of edit it and touch it up a little bit, right? Mm. And while also being respectful to his vision, what he wants. Because if anything, like when we think that we are proficient in something, especially like this, because Justice League, the whole DCEU thing that Snyder was doing, that's his baby. Mm-hmm. That's his joy. That's what he created. That's what he loves, right? And for someone to come in and try to take that away from him, it can hurt your ego. Yeah. It can make a step back, like, I don't want anything to do with it, right? But at the same time, and I think his wife kind of enables him a little bit. Even though she said, "Okay, Zach, that's cool, but let's dial this back, right?" And she said, even like she has to do that at times, right? And so that's not like you have to. Okay, like the essay analogy, great substance. I love your title. I love your body. I love your ending, but let's take this out. Let's put some punctuation here. You got to run on sentence. Let's take this out, and that's what And he was screwed over by WB with the whole Green Lantern, Martian Manhunter.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Because Green Lantern would have been perfect for that instead of because the ending of it where Bruce wakes up and Martian Manhunter comes down, he's like, "Okay, what do you want?" Like, dude, how many aliens have you seen? Right? Yeah. But at the same time, he's battled Penguin, he's battled Joker, where he's battled Clayface, so he's seen all this, so nothing should be new to him, right? But still, it's and even the scene where Lois and Martha having that conversation, which was a beautiful scene.
Beautiful.
And you killed it when he comes down these Martian, like, really?
Yeah.
Why does he care about Lois Lane, right? It's a lot to explain.
Yeah.
And so
I do like his design though. His
design is cool.
Yeah, design is cool.
Even Thanos design, not Thanos, fuck. Darkseid design was cool. And the folks thought he should have been bigger. If people read the comments, see the different iterations of him, he's been big and bulky, and he's been a little more leaner at times. It's all different, right? And so I think people do that as an excuse to say they don't like it.
Yeah. And
so for me, I would love to see Snyder's vision move forward because he did create the beginnings of a universe. Because you have the Atom, he's basically introducing, right? You have Martian Manhunter, he's introduced, right? And I have a theory with Flash when at the end he's like, you have to break the rules. You have to break the rules, right? I have a theory that he has used the Time Force previously several times. Because when him and Bruce have that meeting, I don't remember if it's Snyder Cut or the Whedon Cut, where he says he knows Gorilla Sign Language, right?
Right.
You're basically, to me, you're saying Gorilla Grodd is somewhere in his universe, right?
Yeah.
And then saying, break the rules, but you got to break the rules. When he's in that scene where he meets Iris
West, yeah.
Yeah. And it's kind of ironic that you show up to a shop and Iris West is there and you're having this eye contact. And the way he looked at her was like, okay, I've seen you before. Right? It's almost like, okay, he went back to time. Like, you remember the Smallville episode where he goes to Jor-El and he's like, okay, and he tries to save Lana. And Jor-El's like, okay, but if you do this, somebody else is going to take their place. I'm thinking he used Speed Force to save his mom, probably, but Iris West ends up dying.
Yeah, there was also that. Have you seen that film theory about SNYDERVERSE?
Which one?
How the SNYDERVERSE could continue going while we have the main movies now.
What is that?
Oh man, it is. You should definitely watch that video because with that film theory, it literally explains how you could have the SNYDERVERSE and the current DC universe like running concurrently.
Wow. Okay, like, I got to check that out.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, my thing is, since you're doing a Flashpoint type movie anyway, you can use that. SNYDERVERSE still exists, right? You can fix whatever you feel like you messed up previously.
Yeah.
Because you are now creating a new universe, right? Where instead of Clark Kent being kind of emo, he can be more uplifting now, right? You can get the Wonder Woman that you love if you don't like the Wonder Woman that we've gotten, right? You can have the Bruce Wayne you like, which is why I said you can keep Wonder Woman 2017, right? You can keep, I guess you can keep Aquaman since it made so much money, but
they're making a sequel.
Yeah, exactly. So, because you have Wonder Woman 1 2017, that was set like Werewolf 1 maybe. And so then you have Wonder Woman 84, even though we hated it, like I mentioned earlier.
Yes.
But chronologically, you're building that universe. And if passing was in the 90s like it probably should have been, you chronologically are creating that universe, connecting these universes. Because it's rumored that Superman and Wonder Woman are already in Pattinson's universe anyway.
Right.
So you're chronologically like they did with the MCU. If you want to kind of bite off what they did, connect these people together in the same universe and then break them together some way, shape, or form, while still keeping Snyder's universe going.
Yeah, you know, I love Snyder as a director, but you're right. Some aspects of what he does is like a little bit overboard. I hate that Bruce, Clark, Lois love triangle. I don't want to see that. But personally, I think it'd be cool to have that nightmare future, like in Justice like imagine an entire movie of like this Mad Max reality. I think that'd be really cool.
Mm-hmm.
But like, would the general public get it? Like how would that go? You know, I'm okay with the nightmare stuff. There's just certain aspects that I cut out. No love triangle, you know, freaking put Green Lantern in the damn thing.
Yeah.
You know, and let me read this comment first. Yeah. Super Boo 2000 says, what do y'all think of the new DCU universe? You know, we haven't seen it, but how do you feel about it? What universe?
Yeah, because we're still trying to figure out because at one point the past universe was standalone. Now it's possibly going to be an expanded universe. We don't know anything yet. We're just
as in the upcoming DC movies. I'm for a select few, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing them. But for others, I'm just like, nope, no, thank you. Same thing with Marvel.
Another thing I was gonna say you could fix is don't kill off Dick Grayson. Universe, and since I'm assuming with the Batgirl stuff in past universe, there's a Robin. Let him live and not kill him off. Because in that nightmare scene, imagine if Dick Grayson was still alive. Instead of Mirror, you have Nightwing back there with him.
Yeah, I think there was a rumor that Zac Efron was going to be playing Nightwing in either the DCU or the Robert Pattinson universe. That Nightwing movie is dead, as far as we know. It was going to be directed by Chris McKay, who he's done a couple of things I've seen. But like I said, I want to see the Bat Family. I think that'd be cool.
Yeah, and Zac Efron as Nightwing. I like it if Ben Affleck's the Batman, but not if Pattinson's the Batman.
Yeah, Zac Efron would look older than Pattinson.
Yeah, exactly. So that one,
I think they're gonna get a young sort of. I don't know if it's gonna be Dick Grayson. I think it might be in the sense like Damian Wayne, like that age range.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because I just don't see how.
What if they get a Black Robin? They're race swapping everybody else. Might as well go for it because there is a Black Robin in the comics.
Right, I forget his name. What is it?
He's from the. It has something to do with the Court of Owls. I remember that.
We are getting a Black Robin in Titans season 3. Have you seen Titans?
Yes, you know what? I actually like Titans.
I think it's average
for the most part.
Yeah, I went from hating it to rewatching it and thinking it's actually pretty okay.
Yeah, because the guy that plays Dick Grayson actually pretty good.
Yes, I do agree with you. I like a lot of aspects about the show, and now we got Scarecrow coming in the 3rd season with the guy who was on Mad Men, which I think is perfect casting. That's great casting. I'm not like over the moon about season 3 because it's no Daredevil. It's no Falcon and the Winter Soldier. It's no WandaVision, but it's a show that is coming out in August. And hey, I won't say no to new content,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but I think it's very positive. I went from hating the show to actually thinking it's okay.
Yeah, even the Superboy thing in there is pretty dope.
Yeah, I do agree with you there. And my boy Crypto, man.
Oh yeah, I love that. Even if he was introduced, like, wow, okay, we're going there. I like it.
Yeah. Oh, and speaking of Crypto, do you know The Rock is voicing Crypto in the animated movie that's coming out?
Oh my god! The thing with The Rock, man, it's like I like him, but I don't. He's a hit or miss type of actor, where he'll be in a movie that's good, or it'll be just totally bad. It's gonna go one of two ways.
Yeah, I just don't hear him as Crypto unless he's gonna change his voice, which I don't think he is. I think he's just gonna do the same Rock voice. It's just weird. Why don't you get the guy who, like, I love that cartoon. I grew up on that cartoon. Like, why don't you just get that same guy to do it? But I guess you gotta have the star power. But yeah, that's happening.
I think The Rock is trying to make his way into getting a lot of power within the DCEU because he's already been pushing for it anyway.
Yeah, he wants to fight Henry Cavill's Superman.
Yeah.
Which, hell yes, Warner Brothers. If you don't give that to us, you're crazy.
Exactly.
There's rumors that he wants to keep the Snyderverse going, which would make sense because Henry Cavill.
Mm-hmm.
You know, who knows what's going on with that? But yeah, what are your thoughts on Black Adam?
Like I said, it's gonna be good or it's gonna be real bad. It's gonna go one or two ways. The Rock is like, because even way back before they even talked about making a Black Adam movie, The Rock was that fan pick for a Black Adam.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Right. You saw a bunch of people doing face swaps and everything and just imaging things to make The Rock Black Adam. And he's my pick for Black Adam, right?
Yeah. I think he's not, like Daniel Day-Lewis or anything.
Yeah.
But
he's the Hulk Hogan of our time, I'll put it that way, as far as acting.
Yeah, I just see him as Black Adam. I mean, I just look at him and I'm like, you know what? Yes, that's Black Adam, and I'm looking forward to seeing the movie. The director worries me. He's directing Jungle Cruise, that new movie with The Rock. He hasn't done much. He's done like a couple Liam Neeson action films, I'm pretty sure.
So I'm kind of wondering, is he a director that The Rock can control?
That's good. That's a good point because The Rock is the power man. He says, like, he is the star. If he leaves, there's no Black Adam movie.
Because the Black Adam is my second favorite DCEU character, and so they better not screw this up.
Yeah, but you know what I'm super excited for? When he was first cast, I literally lost my mind, and that is Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate.
I don't know, man. How old is he? Like 90? So
what?
I don't know. I mean,
I think he is the perfect Dr. Fate.
I like his voice as a Dr. Fate.
Yeah, he's older. They could have gone younger, but there are some iterations where he is older. I think in that sense, Pierce Brosnan, I really like him as an actor. He's my favorite Bond. I think I'm so excited for his Dr. Fate, man.
Like I said, we have to see it on screen.
Yeah, I want to see the suit. I want to see the trailer.
The suit is really going to make or break it for me because even Shazam, one of the main complaints about Shazam is the suit.
Yeah, and we're getting new suits in Shazam 2.
Yeah, so I'm curious about how it's going to look. I would much rather make it look more like Greek armor in a way.
Yeah, mythological
armor,
like the Black Adam armor. Yeah.
So.
Yeah,
and even though Shazam is pretty much supposed to be like a spoof or an embellished Superman,
right?
In a sense. So, and I wonder if, because I know in the New 52 comics, because when Billy Batson becomes Shazam, how he looks is basically in his mind how his father looks.
Yeah, that's great.
And so in New 52, his father actually comes into the picture.
Yeah.
So if they go that route, you have Zachary Levi playing Shazam and Billy Batson's father.
Oh, that's
if it goes that route, I don't know.
Yeah, but I am looking forward to seeing the Black Adam movie. I mean, The Rock keeps on hyping it up. He keeps on saying the power of the DC universe is gonna change. You know,
DC fandom when he was calling out all these, I'm like, oh man. Don't do it to me, Rock. Don't make me this excited. Don't do it. Don't do it.
It's filming right now. He's shown the sets, big sets. I almost I guarantee we'll get a trailer by DC fandom.
I think it may be the most hyped DCEU film we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are just excited to see this badass villain get his own film. And I like the Rock casting. I like the other casting.
Because he's doing what DCU hasn't really done was have a star-studded casting.
Yeah.
For the most part. Like, Batman has a star-studded casting from top to bottom, right? And so, well, besides Catwoman, but that's neither here or there. But yes, I'm very curious. Like, I want to see his suit. I think he's going to tease that until we actually see the full thing.
He literally teased it the other day. He only showed the collar.
Pisses me off.
Yeah, he only showed us the collar of the suit, man.
Yeah.
How could they?
I'm sure they're going to do some CGI on it to, kind of like they did with Henry Cavill's cape and Batman's cape. Do the CG on it to make it look like, because it looks real skin tight.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Black Adam, literally Black Adam, said that his costume doesn't need padding. It's not going to have padding.
Exactly. And like I said in the stream you did before, if that god from the Eternals can bulk up, Zachary Levi has no excuse.
Oh yeah. Kumail Nanjiani.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
because I'm sure he took steroids or something, but still, it's dude, Zachary Levi. If I don't know if it's against your religion or what it is, but dude, take an injection, get in that weight room, and bulk up.
He literally works out though. I just think the suit is a disservice to his actual body.
That's probably true.
Yeah, but I'm looking forward to getting new suits, more mythological suits like Black Adam.
Yeah.
I'm excited for the movie. I just think it's gonna be badass. Yeah,
like the only two properties I'm really for DCU is Robert Pattinson's Batman and Black Adam. Other than that, I don't. Oh my god, it looks dope.
It does, doesn't it, man? Dope, man.
I love it.
It's crazy how he was cast in 2014, and we're now getting the movie. It's crazy.
But you know who I would probably pick instead of Zachary Levi for Shazam? The guy that plays Hawk in Titans.
Hawk. Oh, okay. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he was. I forget his name. He was on Blue Mountain State, and he's naturally built like that any damn way.
Yeah, I honestly could see that.
Now, the best popcorn move you could have made was make John Cena Shazam and bring back the WWE again.
I love what Pickle said. In that stream, that X-Men fan casting stream, we said Dave Bautista is Bane, John Cena is Peacemaker, Black Adam as Dwayne as Black Adam, and he said, "What is this? The WWE universe?" I was
let's just bring it all in, man. Let's just do it.
Let's get everyone. Alan Richson is his name.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, I could actually see that. I could see that. Did you hear that Mark Strong isn't coming back for Shazam 2?
Yes. So I wonder
that was kind of shocking to me.
I wonder where they're going. Well, I mean, when you think about it, man, roles like that are beneath him in a way. When you think about it, maybe his ego got the best of it, or maybe he wanted more money.
Or because we do have those two female villains, Helen Mirren and Lucy Liu, which I'm so happy Lucy Liu is going to play a villain. Yeah.
And then you have Mr. Mind at the end of Shazam 1. And so they're working together. So it's just like, okay, maybe they're saving stuff for an end credit scene.
Yeah, my theory is that we're going to get another post-credit scene of Mr. Mind and Mark Strong in Shazam 2. And then in Shazam 3, we're going to have an opening scene where Shazam is taking down Mr. Mind and Dr. Sivana. And then the main villain of Shazam 3 will be Black Adam. Yes. And then we'll have a Henry Cavill v. Black Adam v. Shazam fight, which would be freaking epic. That's my theory.
Yeah. Or what they should do is like they did the animated Shazam versus Black Adam.
I love that movie.
Animated movie, even though I didn't like Billy Batts' voice acting, but it was a kid. So
yeah,
what
I
do we
get
expect, right? And so how you can have Superman mentor Billy Batson. Right? Because we've seen in Shazam 1, okay, they know each other, right? So we can get away from the whole like the animated, which was he's just now becoming Shazam, right?
Right.
And so
I can see that.
But you have the Shazam family, so I don't know. To me, I think the Shazam family should be introduced a little later.
Facts, and at least a sequel.
Yeah,
I think you could have easily written it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it kind of takes the steam away from Superman because you have the Shazam family against Black Adam. They should be able to do enough to subdue him somewhat, right?
Yeah.
as
Yeah.
opposed to Shazam versus Black Adam, which was he gonna call him for Shazam family again? What's he gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, is it gonna take the entire Shazam family to beat Black Adam?
Yeah, because Black Adam is he can take down Superman on his own if he wanted to.
Oh yeah, Black Adam is freaking OP. I'm not complaining. He's just badass.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think at least in the sequel they should have introduced the Shazam family. You could have easily written it where Shazam just beats Dr. Sivana alone.
Yeah.
So I think that was a little rushed, but I love that first Shazam movie. It's so fun.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you think about Blue Beetle?
I don't know. It's like we can have it or we can not. I don't really care too much about it. You know, that's the thing. Like he can be like the Iron Man of the DCEU, where he's like this B, C grade hero that you can make a great film around him and make people love Blue Beetle. Like they did in Iron Man 1, who was like this kind of B class hero that unless you're just a hardcore fan, you really didn't care much about.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the Blue Beetle character, so I'm looking forward to seeing that movie. I think he could be like DC's Spider-Man in the sense of like Shazam. Cool. Yeah, like Shazam. Shazam and Blue Beetle, I think, are like the DC Spider-Man. They're very relatable, very likable teenagers that a lot of people can attach to. I think making a Blue Beetle movie is smart. Will it go theatrical? I don't know, because you have Batgirl going to HBO Max. Walter Hamada said that the experimental DC movies are going to HBO Max. I think Blue Beetle is probably going to HBO Max.
Yeah.
But then on the other side, you know, Warner Brothers loves their diversity, so they might put it in theaters.
I don't know. I mean, you need a lot of steam behind Blue Beetle, because like a lot of characters, unless you're just a huge fan of him, you don't really know who he is or care about who he is, right?
Yeah, the general public has to get attached.
Exactly. So HBO Max may be your best bet for now.
Yeah, and then maybe a sequel, go to theaters.
Yeah, exactly. Because you're already doing Our Man. Maybe introduce the JSA somewhere and have Blue Beetle in there. Because let's face it, Legends of Tomorrow sucked.
Yeah, I basically don't like any Arrowverse stuff. So
yeah, so I mean, you can kind of revamp it and put everything on HBO Max and put actual real money behind it and make something special.
Yeah, I think you could do it. Then there's the Tana, which is like, I'm not the biggest fan of. I'm not the biggest fan of Zatanna. You know,
it's like, why are you introducing these experimental characters that nobody can? Oh my god!
We're getting,
like I said, every time DC gives me something, give me hope, they let me down with something else. Like if you're gonna introduce Zatanna, put her in Stargirl somewhere. You know what I mean? You put her in something that's already there, so you can get people hyped, and then branch out and do your own thing. Don't waste money when you don't have to.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. We're getting a Zatanna movie before a Man of Steel 2. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, remember Zatanna was also in Smallville. Does anybody remember that? No, unless you just remember the show. You know what I mean? So it's oh man. Or you could have her in freaking Titans somewhere. I don't know. Put her somewhere that people watch and people can like, okay, I like this person.
Yeah, and then there's Joker 2. Apparently that's still happening.
I'm excited for it. I'm excited because I love Joker. Now, is this Joker going to be in Pattinson's universe? Because there was kind of skepticism about, okay, this is Joker. This isn't the Joker. This is a Joker that the real Joker is going to be influenced by.
Yeah, that was a theory. Right now, it's not connected at all. Joaquin Phoenix, what Joaquin says goes. If he says that he does, he is the moneymaker. If he says, I don't want to be with Batman, you bet your ass Warner Brothers isn't going to put him with Batman.
Exactly.
I kind of like it as its own thing, though. A lot of people have been saying we don't need a sequel. And I understand those people, but anytime we're gifted with Joaquin's brilliance, just bring it on.
Because I mean, I'm very curious about where they're going to go with it. Because I love how the first one ended, right?
Yeah.
Because like, okay, now he's in this psych ward, maybe Arkham Asylum, some Arkham psych thing or something like that.
Yeah, my pitch was like the first film was based off of King of Comedy and Taxi Driver. For the second film, you have him in like a psychiatric ward. Do One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest style.
Yes.
That is one of my favorite films of all time. I would love to see Joker 2 take inspiration from that.
Yes. I'm all for that.
Yeah, and then like while he's in, like, Jack Nicholson, one of my favorite actors, if not my favorite actor of all time, he like inspired the patients to, you know, stand up and to go against the system. In Joker, you can have Joaquin do that, inspiring a whole new, you know, Joker movement. And maybe if Joaquin wants to step out of the Joker role and you want to put him in the Pattinson universe, this Joker sequel could be like, okay, Joaquin inspired this new Joker. This new Joker will be the Pattinson Joker. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's potential there. Yeah, you know, I like the first one. I love the first Joker movie. It is damn near a masterpiece to me. It's great.
Exactly. He's already influenced a lot of the people from Gotham already, right? And you have a Bruce Wayne's dad who's not the Dark Knight father that we saw was kind of caring in a way, had a caring ideas. This guy was like an asshole. Like this guy was like, damn. Like he's I mean, dude. And even one thing I was talking about, we see the Pattinson trailer, the guys that Pattinson's kind of beaten up in that one scene.
With the makeup.
Yeah, the makeup, they're damn near identical to what we saw in Joker. The mob that we saw, you know what I mean? So it's easy to fit those worlds together.
Yeah,
it's easy to do. If Joaquin wants to do it,
Yeah, and even if Joaquin doesn't want to do it, he can leave the role definitively, and then you could have Warner Brothers say, you know what, we're going to take what we built here, we're going to make this guy the new Joker and put him in the Pattinson universe. So it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I sort of like it as its own standalone thing. I mean, the fact that you didn't need Batman to make that movie great is just awesome. Like, I was fully invested in the story. It's genius how they handled Joaquin's laughing. Like his condition, and I didn't even know about that going into the film. I thought, oh, Joaquin's just going to be another stereotypical crazy person who's going to have the uncontrollable laughter. No, the dude had a medical condition. There was like actual lore built into it. I thought that movie was genius, man. Freaking great.
And what's so great about it is because we don't really know much about Joker's past. And like we see in the Dark Knight,
it's
where
multiple choice.
He's like, you want to see how I got these scars? You know what I mean? So he's telling different stories where, damn, what's the truth, right? And because you don't know his past, you can create your own story. And you can't. There's no way I can go back and like, well, that's not comic book accurate. No, we don't know, so you can do anything you want with it. But what DCU did, they made sense out of it. No, he's holding up a sign saying, "Hey, I have this uncontrollable thing," and he's getting a little arrogant. No, his mom telling him that Bruce Wayne's, I forget his dad's name, but his dad is actually Bruce Wayne's father is actually his dad, and he goes to him like, Thomas Wayne is actually your father and stuff like. So he's going through the crap of the world where he's getting picked on, laughed at, kids are beating him up in the alley. He's a clown for a living. He's getting lied on, especially what happened with the gun situation. And he loses his job. That's probably the one thing that he enjoyed in life. He wanted to be a comedian, but he sucked at that. in this he snaps. He just literally snaps. He can't get any more medication. He can't really go to any more meetings anymore. We saw that in the film too. And so he snaps. And then how iconic and how method he was in his acting. Like, the refrigerator scene, we take stuff out the refrigerator, he jumps in. I'm like, what in the world? And I thought I was scripting and come find out he did it on his own. They just kept it like, dude, that's
Joaquin
what we need.
Joaquin is one of my favorite actors. He's brilliant. The fact that he even took Joker, that's kind of just like, he never does superhero movies.
Yeah. And
he never does sequels, but Joaquin has said that this Joker is actually his dream role and he wants to come back. Like, isn't that awesome that we can get more of this?
It shows off his acting chops.
Yeah,
it shows people like, hey, I'm in the pantheon of the greatest actors of all time, type of thing, right? And we see that a little bit in Gladiator, where he's kind of, he's kind of similar in a sense, to where he kind of just snaps. Like, look at that face.
Yeah, man.
Look at that face. That's scary.
He's scary.
I'm scared of clowns anyway, so that freaks me out.
Yeah, with I don't know, like, I think his Joker is more scarier than Heath Ledger's Joker.
Yeah.
There's something about Joaquin that is so like you just look at this picture. He looks unhinged. You are uncertain what he's gonna do. Like, he's the first Joker that has genuinely like, oh man, I don't want to be around this guy.
Yeah, like, look at his eyes.
Yeah,
look at those eyes, man.
He is brilliant. I think Joker is actually his best performance.
I can agree with that.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think of other things that he's done. He has a lot of films.
Yeah, he's done Her, which is great.
Yeah, it's a great film. Underrated.
Movie. Yeah, he's done The Master with Philip Seymour Hoffman.
Yeah.
Awesome film. Gladiator, obviously. What else has he done? He's done have you seen that funny mockumentary movie directed by Ben Affleck's brother, Casey Affleck?
What's the name of it?
Oh man. He plays himself in it. It's a mockumentary. It's Oh,
I'm Still Here.
Yes. Yes,
that was great.
Who could Walk the Line? He was excellent in that.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
We Own the Night.
I said Johnny Cage.
We Own the Night was probably another one of his best movies.
Who?
I don't know if you've seen it, but he was outstanding in that.
In what?
We Own the Night.
No, I've heard about it. I need to see that.
Yes. He stole the whole movie.
Yeah, he's just a great freaking actor.
So You Were Never Really Here. That was another good one he did, where he scared me to no end.
Yeah.
I mean, he's phenomenal. He is phenomenal.
I mean, he's one of the best actors ever. He's just so great. And I when he was first cast as Joker, I was like, hell yeah. and dude, I will never forget seeing that first camera test. The minute that camera test ended, I was like, I'm so hyped for Joker.
Yes, because a lot of us didn't know what to expect from the film.
Exactly. I had no idea what it was supposed to be. But and a lot of people were uncertain about that makeup. From the very beginning, I'm proud to say I like that makeup. I love the people who are like, oh, that makeup was awful. And then when everyone was like, oh, it's actually pretty good, they jumped on the bandwagon.
Yeah.
I was always a fan of that makeup because it was like John Wayne Gacy, realistic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And in the sequel, you can always change the makeup. You can give him like a more comic accurate sort of deal. But I love the blue triangles on his face. It's a clear inspiration from the Joker comics or the Batman comics where Joker was appearing in them and he had like blue eyeliner.
Yeah.
I just like the look, and Joaquin is just freaking amazing, man. He's just great, and I'm down for a sequel.
Yeah, it's like I said, I cannot wait to see where they're going to go with it. Because, I mean, and like I said, Joker is a very hard act to follow for a sequel. Because you built this thing up. Now, where can you take it?
Yeah, man. But they have the same, according to the Hollywood Reporter, very reputable, same director, same writing team, same Joaquin.
Well,
so you
can't go wrong.
You literally have the same everything from the first movie. I'm open to a sequel. I really am.
Mm-hmm.
And what else is there? I'm pretty sure we covered all the DC movies.
Dude, that's the longest stream I've ever been in.
Really?
Yeah, I love it.
Wow.
I've been a part of it
having JG for the longest time on my stream.
Like, I've been in streams where I was just in the comments section. This is the longest one I was actually a part of in the stream, and man, this was awesome.
Dude, you are awesome. This was just great. Great talking, great conversation. Like I said, we pretty much agree on everything, so you can come on my stream anytime and back me up. Support me. Yeah, and this whole streaming thing is pretty fun. It was my first stream, and you know, it was an honor to have you here, and we just talked about great topics. Sort of slow movie news weekend, but you know, we made a hell of a conversation out of it.
Oh, hell yeah. Because I mean, we probably won't get any real news until maybe middle of the summer, going to the fall, maybe. Because we have DC Fandom coming along, so
man, that's gonna be
something.
where I'm gonna be tired from covering that. Might have to do it live, actually. That'd be pretty fun.
Oh yeah, because I mean, the DCU kept saying, WB keeps saying, hey, be patient. We got something coming. Be patient. Okay, let's see what you got.
Yeah, surprise reveal at DC Fandom last year that they took out. So I wonder what that surprise reveal is.
Yeah, because I know the rumor was possibly a Superman film.
Yep. Yeah, that was the rumor.
So we getting the black one. So let's see.
Yeah, I wonder who they're gonna cast. You know, Michael B. Jordan was my #1 choice, but I'm glad he's not doing it. He realizes that the fans don't want this, and he respects them. But yeah, DC Fandom should be freaking fun, man.
Yeah, Will Smith trying to pull strings for his son Jaden. I'm praying to God it's not him.
Yeah, I just don't. Like, I prefer Caleb McLaughlin, I think his name is, from Stranger Things.
Yeah, he would make a good. Now that you said that, he would make a great Static Shock.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to seeing that movie. You know,
yeah, because I mean, I love the cartoon. So
yeah, that cartoon is so fun.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see how they would adapt it to live action.
Yeah, man, and you know, DC Fandom. I probably want to cover that live. I mean, freaking live reveals like last year, man, it was awesome.
Yeah, I thought some parts a little too long.
Oh man, the Wonder Woman 1984 trivia stuff was dumb.
Yeah, I was like, oh,
like,
are you serious?
Get to the reveals.
Yeah,
like, I mean,
that's what we came here for, the reveals.
Like,
yeah, exactly, what are you bringing us? Do you have trailers? If not, do you have any artwork, any sketches to get us hyped?
Yeah.
Any storyboard sketches?
Yeah, overall, I think DC Fandom was a success. I mean, it crushed Marvel on that day. Everyone was talking about DC Fandom.
Yeah.
I mean, we like, this has the potential to just be a hype event. I love going to DC Fandom. It gets me hype. It makes me feel like a child again, you know, even though Warner Brothers is a mess. I mean, we got Zack Snyder's Justice League trailer. We got Black Adam concept art and cast announcements. We got that beautiful, amazing Batman trailer that made me lose it.
Yes.
I could not stop thinking about that movie for like a solid 2-3 weeks because I was so hyped for it. I'm still hyped for it.
I still watch the trailer now.
Dude, I've never lost hype for that movie. I always go back to, what was DC Fandom like? Oh man, I can't wait to see this movie.
And there's some scenes in that trailer that I'm curious about because there was one. It looked like he's in a GCPD police in the somewhere in the holding cell or something. He's going crazy in there. I'm curious about what in the world was going on with that.
He's handcuffed.
Yeah, so
I wonder, like, vigilante justice. You know, what's going on with that? You know?
Yeah, because I'm sure Batman made mistakes along the way.
Yeah, I'm sure, because this year too, he's still figuring it out. You know, that's just fascinating. I can't wait for that movie. And this year's DC Fandom should be amazing because The Flash is filming right now. Mm-hmm. Shazam is gonna start filming like any day now. Black Adam's filming right now. We got Aquaman 2 this summer filming. We got Blue Beetle filming in the fall. Like, there's going to be a lot of surprise, exciting reveals for DC fandom this year, and I can't wait.
Me neither, man. I got a feeling that we may get the entire Black Adam suit revealed at Fandom.
Yeah, I hope we get it sooner.
Yeah, me too. Because I'm very curious about because we throw on a CGI and all that stuff along with it, how it's going to look. Is he going to have a cape or is he not going to have a cape?
Yeah, I think we're actually going to get a trailer for Black Adam at DC Fandom because it's already filming now. I think we're going to get I think we're going to get a teaser trailer for Aquaman 2 because it's going to start filming in the summer. I think we're going to get a trailer for Shazam Fury of the Gods because it's filming any day now. Maybe concept art, maybe a photo from Blue Beetle. I think there's going to be a lot of content that us fanboys are just going to be losing ourselves over.
And we need to see the Shazam suit.
Yeah,
we need to see.
That's a good point. I think they might show the new mythological Shazam suits in a trailer or a photo for DC Fandom. You know what? My dream reveal would be we have Michael Keaton back as Bruce Wayne. I would lose my mind for a Batman Beyond film. I am just constantly, I'm thinking to myself, please Batman Beyond, please Batman Beyond. You know, I think with Michael Keaton, we're a step closer. And
I think with the Discovery merger, we might start getting these things.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this Discovery merger. You told me that they're good with marketing. They're good with
because I love Discovery Channel. So I don't know if there's some shows like 90 Day Fiancé. You probably don't watch it. I think it's entertaining.
No, I do.
Oh, you do? Yeah. Did you see the Single Life, the reunion, or the thing they did? Oh my God, I was dying laughing. I've never seen so many people die inside ever in one time in my life. Oh my goodness.
That's something that I feel like I wouldn't watch, but I feel like some of it is staged and you just gotta laugh at it.
Yeah.
Like I just if I want a good laugh and I just want to like roll my eyes, I put on that show.
Yeah, like Big Ed is the reason why I watched that thing. That dude is hilarious.
Yeah, Naked and Afraid is a good show too.
Yeah. So they got some great shows and they are willing to go there with their content.
Yeah. They're wanting new content. You know, I don't know about the Snyderverse if that can continue. It's definitely a possibility if they want new content, you know. I also did that video where I showed you the picture of the Discovery AT&T merger, and one of the pictures of the content that's going to be shown is Zack Snyder's Justice League. So that causes, question like, are they going to be continuing it? Is it just going to be that one movie? Like, who knows?
And Zack keeps talking about it. So something's about to happen.
Yeah. And this is a new company. I know Zack has his issues with Warner Brothers. There's going to be new management, new people. Maybe Zack will reconsider, I think Zack Snyder's Justice League was a success, fan base and critic wise. It won over people who don't even like Zack Snyder.
Yeah.
And the fact that Warner Brothers is like, yeah, we're going to take that success and we're going to not continue it. It's sort of baffling to me.
Yeah, but like I said, you gotta reel them back in. Like, hey, great ideas, but let's back it up a little bit.
Yeah, don't let them do everything don't
let them be in the middle of production and then say, no, you can't do that. No. Stop it before it gets in production, and let's go over things and let's discuss what's going to happen.
Yeah, man. Let's see comments. I think someone left a comment. Let's see here. Orion 1130 says, I think The Rock will do good as Black Adam because of how much he's been pushing. Yeah, I think he's a big fan of the character. He's been wanting to play this freaking role since 2014. I think he's gonna bring it. He's gonna really deliver.
I hope so.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Black Adam. Let's see. I hope Tim Drake shows up in Titan Season 3. I hope we see some of his detective work. Yeah, he's confirmed to show up. It's happening. Yeah, I think Titans is average, but we got freaking Red Hood coming this season, dude.
Yes.
That's the main draw. And Scarecrow. And
we saw even in season 1 and 2 where he's slowly about to become Red Hood, right? We see that. Yeah. So they built it up.
Yeah. Beast Boy is kind of ignored in Titans, which sucks. Yeah, he's one of the best parts of that show, and I feel like he should get more screen time.
Yeah.
I like him as Beast Boy. And also the actor who plays Beast Boy, a lot of people have been fan casting him as Invincible, Mark Grayson, for a live action movie.
I can see that.
I can honestly see that. What are your quick thoughts on Invincible? This is getting long, I know.
I know. I loved it from beginning to end. Now the one girl that Mark was dating or whatever annoyed the living hell out of me.
I get that.
Other than that, I mean, I know there's this, the whole evil Superman trope that, people constantly do over and over again, but not many people create their own story, right? Where, Omni-Man is from a race of superhuman people from a different planet. And so, and I love, like I said, I love dark, gritty things. I love things that would take you to that level of, damn, I need to see that again. The blood,
dude,
the gore. I'm a sick person, but the blood, the gore, stuff like that, I enjoyed it. The story was pretty good.
It was.
It seemed like it was a great mix of DC and the MCU into one.
Facts, right? Dude. I remember watching that first episode, and I was like, yeah, this is pretty good. I don't see what all the hype is about. And then that ending where Omni-Man freaking kills the entire Guardians of the Globe. My jaw was on the floor, no joke, man. Yes. And then at the ending, where Omni-Man is beating the hell out of his son, and he says, "You don't think I can make another son?" It's just the fact that his father would do that to his son. I teared up. I was like, "Wow." And then Invincible was like, "I have you." It was just a great emotional moment. And Mark Grayson and Omni-Man flew away, probably going to get a redemption arc. And, I'm invested in the freaking Invincible universe. We're getting a season 2 and 3.
Yes.
The creator says he has ideas for 5 to 7 more seasons. We're getting a live action movie that could spin off sequels. Like Invincible is going to be around for a while, and I'm for it. Bring it on.
Exactly. Like you said, I mean, and I agree with everything you said. I mean, Invincible is one of the few animated shows you can actually make live action and make it great.
Yeah.
Right. Because you have a lot of stuff that's like, no, it needs to just stay animation. Or you have live action. No, you don't need to make that. This is something you can do either or with it, and it'll be great either way. Like I said, man. DC and Marvel better watch out because you got Image Comics that has some nice gems with it. You have all these different. I mean, and they're coming with it, and they're not afraid to go the extra mile.
Yeah, man. Oh man,
and that's I was gonna say one more thing. That's why you have Amazon Prime and Netflix. Even though it's a lot of people weren't really, I won't say a lot, but a percentage of people weren't pleased with Jupiter's Legacy.
Oh, I didn't even see that, dude. Was it good?
Yeah, I liked it. I read the comics, so I liked it. What a graphic novel.
Yeah, there's been some controversy. Some people really don't like it. Some people do. Yeah, I mean, I'll watch it eventually because I love superheroes, but I'm not, it comes from the guy who made Kick-Ass, and I love Kick-Ass.
Yes. I'm so mad that they didn't make another one.
Dude, Kick-Ass 3, man. I need that.
Yes, and I was very curious to see.
Disappointing.
Yeah, I think it was Kick-Ass 2 was one that was okay, let's get this over with. Because you can kind of tell from the actors, right? And it was like,
yeah, but Kick-Ass 1
was great.
One of my favorite comic book movies of all time.
Yes.
So funny. It's just, man, I love Kick-Ass. Kick-Ass 3. Hashtag Kick-Ass 3. That's the new hashtag. Yeah, so great conversation. Got a couple comments, and I'll let you go. I think you've suffered long enough, JG. For 4 hours and 13 minutes. That's crazy. So Superboo 2000 says, The Rock has that big arrogance and that big determination. Yeah. Yep. The Rock is ready to play this role, and I think he's going to make a kick-ass Black Adam. I just see him as the character,
Yeah.
Then Black Adam himself. Speaking of Image Comics, they're planning to make a Max movie.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Invincible is Image Comics, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you have Marvel, you have DC. I think you can make not everything has to be a cinematic universe. I'm just saying that Image Comics has a future.
Yeah.
Because you've already put Image Comics on the map with Invincible. People are now reading the Invincible comics. They're reading, Max. They're reading the other Image Comics. I think, yeah, you're right. Marvel and DC have to watch out because people are wanting more Invincible. They're going to want more of this universe, and I'm down for it.
And you see shows like The Boys, right? It's
Which
something I
love.
never heard of until I saw. I'm like, wow, why can't we get more of this, right?
Yeah,
and
dude, no, go ahead.
I was saying, wow.
Yeah, I remember. What I loved about The Boys is that I knew nothing going into it. I didn't watch a trailer. I didn't see anything. I just heard the show was good, and I said, you know what? Let me watch The Boys. And I was just surprised of how different, unique, cool it was. With season 2, I didn't watch the trailer for season 2 because I wanted that same experience.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard because I want to see that season 3 trailer, but I'm going to try and hold off to get that same because I love watching trailers. But there's always that part of me that says, don't watch the trailer. Just go into the movie and expect, nothing. Just go in and just, expect the unexpected, really.
Yeah. Because there's such thing as something called trailer trickery. And
Yeah.
so you watch the trailer, you be all hyped, you get like, what? Like Midsummer, for instance, is the one that tricked the hell out of me.
I never saw it.
It's one of those movies that's so bad that I can't stop watching it.
That's pretty funny. Wow. So 4 hours and 15 minutes.
We are the goats of streaming.
We are the goats of streaming. Thank you to everyone who freaking showed up for my first live stream. If there's any, I love doing the streaming. It's so fun.
Dude, you did an awesome job, man.
Thank you. I mean,
you can't even tell this is your first one.
Yeah, thank you, man. It's so fun. Definitely got to get you, Pickle, Nerdman on a stream one day. I'm thinking weekends streaming for sure. Perfect. Yeah, Monday. I don't know if there's any big news topics tomorrow, which I feel like there might be. I'd love to do a stream, and if you ever want to join, or I will always invite you because you are awesome. We make great conversation.
I appreciate
that. In the comment section of my latest vid, we could talk about streaming, or you can reach me at john1va04@gmail.com.
Let me write that down.
Yeah, it's on my YouTube page.
Oh, YouTube. Okay, cool.
Yeah, if you go to the About section and scroll all the way down to Business Inquiries, you'll see it.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I love streaming. I'd love to do it again sometime. Who knows about Monday? Who knows? If Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield get officially confirmed by Sony tomorrow, let's do a stream. So yeah, this was fun. Thank you to everyone who's shown up. This was just fun. I love talking these topics, doing it live. Just not, doing it live was fun because with my videos, I like to think I have personality, but on live you get the full me.
Yeah.
Super Boo says, you inspire me to keep on trying and keep on working on my own content. So thank you for being my inspiration. Dude, come on. Dude, don't make me cry. Yeah, thank you, man. I didn't think I'd be doing this YouTube thing in the first place, and now I'm doing it. I'm having fun. I'm meeting people who have common interests, and I get to interact with you guys. It's something truly special, and I love it. I can't wait to do more in the future. It's truly been fun. So thank you to everyone who's shown up. JG, can people reach you anywhere, or just
not
Solo
right now.
Lobo?
Just Solo Lobo right now, just freeloading on everybody else's channels. But yeah, eventually I am going to have my own channel, and
yes,
of course, I always say I'm one part of the Wild Bunch. I want to have you, Nerdman, and Pickle, and even the Widow. Everybody go check her out; she's awesome. MSK MS Master Swag King Entertainment, really great.
Yeah, I'd love to meet those people in the stream one day.
Yeah, they're all great.
Awesome.
So, Perp Minded has streams too. He's in the family, the Wild Bunch family, and Zeal Nation. I'll take. Now I'm thinking about it. Reach me on Twitter. I didn't even think about that. I can't remember my own Twitter name, but on Twitter you can reach me at Shaolin_Terrific.
Awesome.
Usually before streams, if I can catch it, I'll try to market everybody on there to say, "Hey, come check us out."
Oh, that's awesome, dude. That's awesome. Definitely create your own channel. Awesome. You just be awesome at it. You need to get that going, dude.
Oh yeah, let's do it. I can't wait.
Yeah,
now that I finally got my laptop working where I want it,
awesome.
I don't need all the extra stuff I thought I might need. So
that's awesome. I can't say thank you enough to JG. Thanks for showing up. Would have loved to have Pickle and Nerdman on the stream, but you know they got busy lives. Totally understand.
They're blasphemous anyway. We don't need them.
Blasphemous, yeah. Freaking Pickle. You know what? Yeah, let's just hate on Pickle and Nerdman now. They suck.
Blasphemous Pickle, blasphemous Nerdman. No, they're
Michael Keaton is bad.
Michael, oh my God. You can never forget about the Forrest Whitaker. The Forrest Whitaker.
Oh, thank you for reminding
me. Dude,
me.
I replayed that 5-6 times over and over.
I continue to watch the stream just to see our reaction. Guys, remember Forrest Whitaker as Magneto. That came from Nerdman over at Hot Takes Tuesdays. You need to torture him about that. Hashtag never forget.
Exactly. But yeah. They're both great guys, man.
They're awesome, man.
Yeah. So yeah, please check them out. Superwise, like, subscribe, share. Check him out. He's great. He does a lot of great content, and he knows his stuff too.
Ryan says, "LMAO, Forrest Whitaker is Magneto." Yes, you have to catch that stream of our X-Men fan casting over at Philosophical Pickles channel. That was amazing.
I wish I was there live when that happened.
Oh,
I want to see everybody's look. I mean, the look of Philosophical Pickles' face when he said Forrest Whitaker.
Yeah, I don't know what was up with the Nerdman.
I think he was leaning more towards the dialogue between Magneto and Professor X. It would be great as far as dialogue, but I'm just looking at him as Magneto. I'm like, oh my God, I can't help but laugh when I see it.
I watched most of it live. Yeah, thanks for supporting the channel and watching the videos of Ryan. Love to have you on someday with these great fellas. Make some great conversation. It'd be fun. So yeah, I feel like just saying thank you for the next hour. You want to stick around for the next hour and just say thank you?
Sure, why not? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
This is the thank you stream. Yeah, this is a great conversation. Great stream. Subscribe to my channel, Superwise. I'm at 395, almost to 400. Never thought I'd be here. Thank you to everyone who's supported me. I never thought I was here. I'd be here, making content like this. But yeah, expect more live streams in the future. And come subscribe to me. Let's get to that 400. Subscribe to my other great friends, Philosophical Pickle, Hot Takes Tuesdays. They're great. Well, I usually go on their streams too. We talk about nerd stuff like that. And remember JG Shaolin Terrific. Remember that name because you guys need to sub to him when that happens.
Exactly.
So yes, thank you. I'm finally gonna end it. 4 hours and 22. Finally, 4 hours and 22 minutes in. This is crazy, but yeah. Thank you to everyone who showed up. Super Boo 2000s, Orion 1130, Black Adam, Gus Peroto, Huffy Meep, Hisham, Philosophical Pickle, Hot Takes Tuesdays, of course. Everyone, thank you for showing up. Expect more content in the future. Thank you, JG Shaolin. Awesome to talk to you. Can't wait to do it again. And I guess close with my catchphrase. All right, here we go. And that will be all for me. And remember my catchphrase, guys. Stay super wise. Thanks for watching, guys.